Hello, hello, hello. I'm hoping that everyone can hear me, hopefully. Got a little bit of a different lighting situation going on because I've been messing with my lights for the better part of an hour and I couldn't make myself look like a human. I looked just like a glowing orb. I guess that's just the vibe for today. The vibe is moon trapped in a human body because I was literally glowing in the dark. Hello, hello, hello. I hope everyone is doing okay. Welcome to the September live stream. Now, I know I say it every single month and I have this entire year, but what the hell happened to the rest of September? I thought it was July still. I'm not really sure what the hell happened, but all of a sudden it's like nearly the end of September. That's actually kind of terrifying. I have, however, already put out all of my Halloween decorations. Well, not in this room, but like in the other rooms of my house, like the Halloween decorations are up, the scented candles are out, the dark academia vibe is here as it appears every single autumn. So let's have a look where everyone is from. Let's figure out where the start is, somewhere along here. We have France, Argentina, Pennsylvania, South Yorkshire, Slovakia, Germany, Finland, UK, Germany, another from Germany. What else have we got here? North Carolina, Carlisle, Gloucestershire, Connecticut, Romania, Philadelphia. So many people from so many places. It amazes me every single time. Where was I? I was Vienna, Ohio, Derbyshire, Wales, Brazil, Louisiana, Pennsylvania, California, Northampton, New Zealand, Tampa, Florida, Tennessee, Mexico, South Africa, Cornwall. It just jumped massively. Oh no, it's already started to jump. So we've got San Francisco. What else have we got that I can actually pronounce? Because some of them I look at and I go, I know I've heard people pronounce that. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to achieve it. So we got Denver, Turkey, New Mexico, Michigan, Staffordshire, Chicago, Seattle, Denmark, Georgia, San Diego. Oh my goodness, so many people from so many places. So tonight, as usual, is going to be one of our witchy live streams where we just have a bit of a chit chat about various different witchy topics. I like seeing these as more of like having a conversation with everyone, even though I know it's largely just me talking and the chat going, but to me it's like having a conversation with everyone, and I really like just getting to pick topics and have a really interesting conversation. Anyone who saw last month's live stream will know that when we find a topic that is like super intense, we go in hard. We were talking about boggarts last live stream for about an hour and a half maybe. It was a lot of fun. So we do have a Q&A tab this time, so any questions that you have for the Q&A, any topics that you want to talk about, feel free to put them in the Q&A tab because that's going to get checked more regularly than the standard chat will. It also stops the chat from jumping quite so much. And please remember that I do work chronologically, so I try to answer as many questions as I can. If I don't know the answer, I will probably tell you that I don't know the answer, or I will direct you to a different source that maybe is better at understanding a particular topic than I am. Oh, hiccups already. And any of the mods on the live stream are here of their own free will, and they do it simply to be amazing people, so please always be nice to them. Their job is only to make sure that everyone stays safe. Okay. Whew, that was a lot of words. Let's go and check out the Q&A tab and let's have a look at what we've got going on here. And don't worry, we've only just started, so anyone who's just appeared has not missed anything. I also only just remembered to post this on Instagram. Oopsie, I'm bad at social media. It is my job. You'd think I'd be better at it. I am definitely not. Okay, let's have a look. Where is my Q&A gone? Oh no! Have we already got technical difficulties? Okay, I found it. Thank goodness. I genuinely thought I'd lost that completely then. So, I feel like there were questions further up here that I don't have anymore. I don't know if YouTube has already started to do some funky things, but I'm going to go from where I can see. So I'm going to make some elderberry and honey candles. Ooh, lovely. Do I need to boil the berries, or can I use them whole or ground in the candles without the burning process being poisonous? So when it comes to elderberries, there's kind of a couple of reasons why they are considered to be not suitable to burn or anything like that. So firstly, the berries are slightly toxic if they are consumed. So most of the problem comes from if the berries are green, they're kind of more intensely bad for you. But if the berries are uncooked, then that's something that you don't want to be consuming. So anybody who's making like elderberry wine or elderberry syrup, elderberry jam, you have to cook the berries down to break all of the components that are not so friendly to us. When it comes to burning them, however, especially if it's in a candle, you're probably not going to find many, if any, issues because you're not consuming it, and also it's unlikely that any of those berries are going to burn. The alternative way of doing this, I suppose, is to actually steep those berries in an oil and then use the oil to dress a candle. You can also get elderberry. Well, you can make your own elderberry kind of infusion that you can add in during the making process. That's an option as well. Typically, though, I will go for like the essence. So there's loads of places that do essences. So for instance, I get mine from Sons of Asgard. You've seen me use them loads of times. I'm not affiliated with them, by the way. I just really like their stuff. That you can then dilute down and use that to dress that candle if you do feel concerned about using the berries themselves. When it comes to elder, however, it's often considered sacred and not something that you're meant to burn because of the mythology that surrounds the elder tree. And this comes down to the elder mother, and she's a very potent, energetic figure in the forest related to magic and enchantment and protection of spirits from unwanted energies and things like that. And so elder is considered a very sacred tree that many people don't burn. And that is also because elder is not a particularly good wood for burning, but generally you might want to take that into consideration depending on how you're going to be using things. You might want to honor the spirit of the elder in the process, for instance, and add her energy into that working. I think that could be pretty cool as well. But you shouldn't have to worry too much about burning it, simply because when it's in a candle, it's not going to burn too intensely. So if you were to dry the berries out, you can also buy them dried as well and then grind them down. That's going to be easier for them to be put in suspension in the wax. Okay. I read it's possible to use a lighter as an energy source for spells. How would you do this? So this comes down to the flame that you're going to be working with. So you can apply this same principle to a bonfire, to a candle flame, to a match, to a lighter, for instance. There's lots of different options that you can use. But the idea here is that you are focusing on the energy of the fire and you are drawing that into yourself. So much like how you would root yourself into the earth during a grounding technique to then draw the energy up from the earth into yourself to power working. It's the same principle, but you're using fire instead of earth. So you would push your energy out into that flame and you would draw it back in again and then direct that into the working that you are wanting to manifest. This can be really useful for practice as well for different energy work. So if you were to lay out cups or dishes with different elements in them, draw on the energy of each element and see how that feels within you and how there's differences between them. And then you can always do the same working with all 4 of the primary elements that we see in Western witchcraft, and then see how that manifests differently depending on the intention, like the energy that you put into it. So it's kind of difficult to explain if you aren't aware of kind of the general idea of energy drawing. But if you take the technique that I share in the video on grounding work, and then you can apply that into other things. So rather than rooting yourself into the ground, you're going to be rooting your energy into that flame and then drawing it back in. You can also apply this to other things. So if you are by a body of water, you can do the same thing. You can put your hand on the wall and draw the kind of energy from the electricity and the pipework and stuff in the walls and all that kind of stuff. It's a very adaptive technique. And then you can apply it to everything. What I will say though with lighters is it's going to be much easier to use, say, a tea light candle, because unless you've got like one of those fancy like flick lighters that stays lit, you're going to have to hold that down the entire time, and that's going to get really frustrating if you're doing other things. Okay, where was I? I'm here. Is urban witchcraft or city witchcraft an actual thing? Yes, definitely. It's how do I best describe it? I personally would not say it is necessarily a specific branch of witchcraft, and it's more instead an overall style of practice. So you can be an urban witch and be a green witch. It isn't like an either or type of thing. It's just that as an urban practitioner, you're going to be using the world around you in a different way. So whereas you might have an entire garden and access to woodlands and a lake if you were to live out in the countryside, if you are an urban witch, your green witchcraft practice might be a balcony that you have access to. It might be a city centre allotment. It might just be potted plants that you have in your home. So it's definitely a real thing, and it's a very legitimate form of practice. It's just one of those where it's not necessarily a kind of classification of witchcraft in the same way as like hedge witch or hearth witch or green witch, because you could speak to 1,000 city witches or urban witches and they're all going to have such a diverse practice. It's more of like a bigger umbrella term, because obviously like the way that you are the way you practice, even working with spirits and stuff, is going to be different in a city than it would be if you were able to go into a woodland whenever you wanted. You know, it's your general overall practice is going to be different. Right, where do we have here? What is your favourite book on hedge witchcraft? Ooh, okay, so I saw some of these questions before the stream because I was setting up all my lights and stuff, and I got a few books out. Now, I will be honest, I don't have really any books on hedge witchcraft that are actually about hedge witchcraft. So, for instance, one of the most famous books that is titled Hedge Witchcraft is Hedge Witch by Raybeth. Now, she's written an entire series of witchcraft books that are titled Hedge Witch, and not a single one of them is about hedge witchcraft. They are all about solitary Wiccan witchcraft. And so the titles kind of confuse the hell out of people, because if you're expecting hedge witchcraft and you buy Hedge Witch by Raybeth, you are not going to get hedge witchcraft. The book itself is very good, it's just not hedge witchcraft. So instead, I find that it's better to draw on multiple different sources. So hedge witchcraft is a really interesting topic because it's very much a blend of several different styles of practice that have almost been collated together into one. A little bit like how hearth witchcraft or cottage witchcraft is kind of a collection of multiple different styles of practice merged together. And the one defining characteristic of hedge witchcraft, which separates it from kitchen witchcraft or green witchcraft, is hedge riding or astral projection. So different people refer to it as different things. So it's known as crossing the hedge. And there's a few books that I do like on this subject in particular that I think could be useful to anyone who is interested. The first is probably more for those who are curious about the history of this topic. Oh, that is a really blooming nice bookmark. Where did I get that from? Can anyone say that's... Wow, that is lovely. I need to get some more of those. So the first one, tangent, is this. This is The Witch's Sabbath by Keldon. So this one is all about discover the hidden depths of the Sabbath, take flight for a mesmerizing exploration of an event long shrouded in fear and mystery. So it's all about kind of the history and folklore and stuff, and I do find that this plays an integral part in the stories that we have about hedge riding and these kind of like deeply rooted, almost mythological aspects of witchcraft. The idea of riding a broomstick, riding to the Sabbath, all of these kind of things. And so I think that this is really useful to kind of start that journey into that style of practice. It's also still in print and it's accessible. Oh yeah, Roger J. Horn Folk Witchcraft is so good. It's so good I bought it twice. I'll go get it for anyone who is interested. It's over here somewhere. Where is it? It is here. So I grabbed a third book by accident. I have it twice because I loved it so much, and the cover changed and I didn't realise that the cover changed. This is the old cover, this one is the new cover. This one is really good. This is all about learning how to master ecstatic methods of spirit flight, also known as astral projection and hedge riding, first described in the Old Witch lore, celebrate the turning of the seasons with traditional rituals, work powerful traditional charms such as the witch's ladder, the poppet, blessing and cursing by gesture, discerning the magical properties of herbs and plants without relying on tables from books. Like, it's so good. This is by far one of my favourite books that I've ever purchased, ever, and that's why I have 2 of them. Oopsies. The Broom at Midnight, yes, that was another one that I did consider getting out of my bookcase, but I didn't, mostly because this one is one of my favourite books on astral projection ever, I think. This is Astral Projection, The Out-of-Body Experience by Denning and Phillips. Now, this book is still in print, but it does look a little bit different. So if you are looking for it, it will be different than this one. But this is all about astral projection. And it's very, very good in my experience for my practice of astral projection. And so if that's the aspect of hedge witchcraft that you want to be focusing on, something like this can be really, really useful. I do have a few other books on astral projection, but I'll be honest, they're not in print anymore, and I don't really see the point in recommending a book that is so hard to find that there's no point in even looking. But I'm going to keep looking and seeing if I can find any modern books on hedge witchcraft that I really like. If we're looking into the other aspects of hedge witchcraft, though, you have the idea of you are crossing that hedge, which is the line between the physical world and the spiritual world. You're walking that path between the two. By walking that path between the two, you're also going to be potentially communing with spirits, but also you're likely going to be looking at the natural world around you. So not only are you crossing the hedge from the physical world to the spiritual world, but a lot of hedge practitioners also work very closely with the natural world around them. And so any book on green witchcraft or the magical properties of the plants around you could be really interesting, and especially traditional witchcraft of particular regions. Like if there's folk practices in specific areas, you might find that they apply really heavily into your practice. Even if they're out of print, the author may have newer work that other people could look into. They could, but alas, with this particular book that I'm thinking of, they did not publish anything beforehand, and they have not published anything since. It is the strangest thing. It's just like they popped up out of nowhere, they wrote one book, and then they went, I'm out, bye. And yeah, never seen anything since. It's the strangest thing. Yeah, I know. I was really hoping as well, because like, I looked them up thinking, oh, you know, maybe it's in print somewhere else. You know, sometimes the publishers will go out of print and then that book will be purchased by someone else and then they'll run it again. And nope, nothing, just poof, gone. It's like the person never existed. It's really strange. Okay, I'm seeing a few people having problems with the Q&A. So if you are struggling to get things posted in the Q&A, if in the chat you write question and then stick the question after it, I will hopefully notice them in the chat. Yeah, it's one of those finicky things where sometimes it just does not work. I've had some streams where it just breaks entirely, and I'm really hoping this isn't going to be one of those streams. So let's figure out where else I was. I was here. If I want to banish an entire family to move away, do I need to do a separate spell for each person in the family? Now, I am going to play that annoying aunt that no one wants to deal with, who's going to make you question your decisions. And that is simply because sometimes I feel, and I have gotten myself into the same situation myself, that we can be so determined that what we are doing is the only way out, that we actually don't branch out and think about other options. And so I'm going to play devil's advocate and do that for you. Just because sometimes, and for anyone listening, I think that could be useful as well. So if we're talking about banishing workings, it's usually last resort. It is the last thing that you can think to do in this situation. And so I will assume that this is something that you have already tried a whole bunch of things for anyway. If it isn't, I would recommend going for more milder things first. So maybe a few irritant workings, you know, just kind of irritate the energy around them to maybe push them to like change their behavior or to leave or to, you know, do things like that. And if your question is already in the Q&A, by the way, I will get to it when I get to it anyway, if that makes sense. Sorry, back to where we were. So You might want to start with some cleansing workings, some protection workings to stop them from having to interact with you, some irritant workings. I feel like I made a terrible mistake by saying to put things in the chat because I suspect I'm going to get so many questions that are doubled up from the Q&A. So once those kind of workings have been dealt with and done with, it's then about deciding which path you're going to take. Because when it comes to banishing, especially multiple people, that's a lot of energetic ties that you are having to deal with. So if you were to, say, attempt to banish or remove a single individual from your life, you already have a lot of strings here that you have to pull on. So you have to deal with their mindset, their mentality. Do they want to leave? You then have to pull on they have a job that they're going to have to deal with. They have family members, they have friends, they have relationships, they have pets. They have this and that and legal thing and this going on and that going on and this hobby and this gym membership. And they've got a lot of stuff in their life that is tying them to that location that you are going to have to energetically go round and snip all of these little tiny threads, move those threads somewhere else to get them in that direction. If you are then doing that for 4 people, 5 people, even 2 people, that is going to be so much work. Now, that's not to say that you can't do it. It's just to say be prepared that that is not going to be an easy working to carry out, even if you were to do it in 5 separate parts, for instance. Because while those workings might be kind of complete in their own right, all of those people are also linked to everyone else, and then they have friends that tie together and family members that tie together and hobbies that tie together. There's a lot of things that you need to snip here. So if you would like to do something like this, I would recommend doing it as a whole, simply because all of these people are linked together anyway, and so you may as well do it all in one go. But it is going to take so much energy and that so many things have to line up in the right way that I think it might be easier to try a different technique than banishing. That's not to say that what you want to do is wrong. I'm never going to be the person to say that, right? But it might be that you need to give them incentive to go somewhere else. So instead of doing a banishing working, give them something good somewhere else that they can then move towards of their own volition. That's then one thing that you have to move instead of cutting 100 different threads. The whole idea of kill them with kindness. If you can get them, say, a better job somewhere else, then that means they're going to leave. That's going to be a whole lot easier energetically on you than cutting all of those ties in their life to force them out that way. So that's one technique of doing it. Another one is to kind of get yourself into a better situation so that you can then leave that space if that is something that you are able to do. It's one of those where it's tricky without knowing the context of the situation. If you are going to do a banishing working, I would say do it together, and you might need to do a working for different aspects of life. So it might be that you need to start with hobbies, start with the little things, and then move on to the bigger things. Because you're not necessarily going to have to cut all of those ties. You're just going to have to cut enough of them to give them the incentive to move. So start with the little things, move up to the bigger things. That way you're not overdoing your energy. I hope that has made some kind of semblance of sense. It might not have. It might have been complete nonsense. I could just be talking out of my arse, and honestly sometimes I can't tell because I forget what I've already said, which is why I have a tendency to repeat myself quite a lot. So what do we have here? So there's a question on books here, and I don't think I've read any of them. So let me know if anyone is... Oh, actually, one of them I've started reading. Okay, anyway, I've just bought a few books and would love to hear your opinion. Nocturnal Witchcraft by... Oh, I'm going to butcher that. Constantin... I forgot to highlight the questions. Let's have a look. Nocturnal Witchcraft by Constantinus? The Book of Spells by Arthur Edward Waite, and Wild Witchcraft by Rebecca Bayer. So one of those I have started, which is Wild Witchcraft by Rebecca Bayer. And so far I am enjoying it. If it's the book that I'm thinking it is, it's pretty decent. It's going to be one of those books where some people will read it and they'll be like, I already have this information in 1,000 other books. But I think once you get to kind of an intermediate level within witchcraft, you're going to find that about most books anyway. But words, if you've read any of these books yourself, anyone in the chat, anyone listening after the live stream, let us know in the comments or in the live what it is that you think about these books. Wow, the wording was really weird with that. What's your opinion on them? I would love to know, because I'm always after books to add to my ever-growing, slightly terrifying to-be-read pile. But yeah, let us all know. Right, where am I now? What is the difference between a medium and a psychic who contacts spirits, if there is any? So yes, there definitely is a difference, but that difference is very nuanced, I think. So if we were to start really simply with kind of the definitions of the two in terms of my understanding of them, of course, as always, this channel is all of my own opinion and my own experience and my own practice, because that's all I'm going to be able to speak on, is that a medium is someone who is an intermediary between the physical plane and the spiritual plane. They are the medium between the two, the communicator that spirits will commune through. Whereas if you are psychic, that doesn't necessarily mean that you are working with spirits. So psychic can be connecting really strongly with energies. It can be gaining information from divine sources or from spirit guides or ancestors. It doesn't necessarily have to be the spirits of the dead that are communing through you, and they also might not be communicating in the same way. So a medium, or at least the mediums that I know of personally, is that it's very much a communing with those who have passed over. They are the spirits of the dead, and they can come through in lots of different ways. They can come through visually, they can come through with audible cues, with smells, with taste, with touch, with visions, with knowledge, the standard clair senses, but they are typically always communing with spirits of those who've passed over. And so that's a very almost like small group that fall within the larger category of psychic. So some people who are psychic can only sense energies. They can't actually sense or commune with anyone that is giving that energy, but they can just sense what's going on there, or they might be particularly good with premonitions, or they might get random experiences happening that's completely uncontrolled. So it's one of those where psychic is kind of a larger term, a medium is kind of falling within the category. So, oh my goodness, I did not see this. Thank you so much, Tonda. Thank you so much. Mountain Ghost Stories and Curious Tales of Western North Carolina by Randy Russell and Janet Barnett is a great book about my neck of the woods. It actually sounds so cool. I'm just gonna copy that so that I can paste that into Google so that I can find that later. Ooh, that does sound really interesting. Okay, where was I? I was somewhere up here. How's the garden? Very unused at the moment. The English weather can't really decide what it's going to do. It went, we're going to have a heat wave. We're now going to be autumn and all of the leaves going to start falling off. We're now going to have a heat wave again. So I can't tell what it's going to do. We've been given like thunderstorm warnings and stuff, but then like the weather forecast is showing like gloriously sunny. It's not been used very much recently. I need to get out there again, but the English weather is just not consistent enough. It's not happening. Oh, this is one where I'm going to mention it really briefly, even though most of you are not going to care in the slightest. I usually attend the Mansfield MBS show every year. Right, multiple times a year I will attend that show. This year there has been a mix-up in who is going, who is not going, what is happening, and in the end it's turned out that I've not been put down for the show this year. I am doing it again next year, but this year, for the rest of this year, I'm not. So I'm really sorry anyone who's going to the Mansfield show. the John Fretwell Centre one. Really sorry, I'm not going this October just because circumstances, things happened, mix-ups and all of that. So yeah, apologies if you were hoping to see me there, but I will be there again next year, and I believe I'm doing talks. I hate public speaking with a fiery, burning passion. But yeah, apparently I'm down for talks next year. So yeah, that'll be interesting for anyone who comes to see that. Anyway, back to where I was. Let's have a look. Oh, how do you work with gnomes in my home? Can garden gnomes live in apartments or flats? Do you have any personal experiences of working with garden gnomes or book references? So this is an interesting one in that it's going to depend on where you are and which tradition you are looking at them from, because there are certain regions where large varieties of fair folk are referred to as gnomes, and then there are other versions of fair folk, legends, stories, mythos, where gnomes are a very, very particular branch. And I think that's important to take into consideration, because half of the question sounds like we're talking about house fae. So these would be things like brownies, like the general household spirits. And then some of it is very specifically about garden gnomes, which in my experience are a very different branch. I have had some questionable experiences with garden gnomes, and I don't just mean the decorative things that are very, sorry if you love them, tacky, and people put in gardens. Like the actual spirit of garden gnome, they scare the living daylights out of me. They are very sneaky, kind of freaky, not sure if I like it. So it's kind of a tricky one. So I have kind of a variety of different references and things that might be useful. So the first one that I grabbed is actually 3 parts. I only have one of them. I am trying to get hold of the others. You can get them in paperback though. It's just that I'm tricky and I like the hardback versions. So this is The Gnome Grimoire, Magical Workings with Nature Spirits by Wilma Tarl. That's, can you see that? I'm not sure if you can even see that. It's a very, very pretty book. This is the second of 3, I believe. And this, yeah, it is. It's the Gnome Manuscript Part 2. And it covers the way that these spirits have been worked with throughout history in certain parts of the world. And I think it's a really heavy going book. It is not super light reading. This is not a super easy book. You're not going to be, I mean, you might. I tried. I really tried to do it before bed, and I couldn't do it. It's too dense for before bed. But this kind of thing could be useful if you're looking for gnomes as a larger branch than they are seen here in the British Isles. So more Northern Europe has them be like a larger collective than we see here. So you then have things like British goblins, the fairy faith in Celtic countries, fairy legends. These are all books that are particularly good. I would grab them, but I'm actually doing the research for a fairy video. So they're all by where I'm working, and I'm not willing to go and grab that many books. So there's loads of books on fairies and their lore. It's just going to depend on the kind of area that you're looking at. If you want gnomes in particular, then something like the Gnome Manuscript is probably what you're looking for. They are heavy duty and they are not super cheap though, so just bear that in mind. If you want general fair folk, and if you want to learn more about house spirits, it could be worth looking into brownies and looking at books like what is it called? Oh my goodness, I'm going to have to Google this and see if I can find it. Because all of my books are in a different room. Of course they are. I annoy myself so much when I do this. I always put them away and then I can't bloody find them. What is it called? So one option is something like A Complete Guide to Fairies and Magical Beings. Actually, is that the book that I'm after? That might be the book that I'm after, but I have a different cover. It is A Complete Guide to Fairies and Magical Beings, something like that. That's kind of a good cover-all for a lot of different members of the group could be useful if you are just kind of dipping your toe into fairies and figuring out more about them. In my experience, though, fairies can definitely live in flats and apartments and things like that, but you often are going to have to draw them in, especially if it is an urban environment and especially if they are newly built. So you would often find that older buildings that were around when fairy faith was very commonplace, and especially homes that had fireplaces and the like, would have a more ready presence of house spirits and house fae like brownies, whereas homes that are newly built, especially if they're newly built in highly urban areas, tend to have a lower population because they're not used to being there. And so you can draw them in if you would like to, but do bear in mind that once they are there, if you've drawn them in with offerings and the like, you're then going to need to maintain that to avoid pissing them off. But you can attract them in that way. And they can be in apartments, flats. If you live in a home and you would like your house spirits to come with you, you can also do that as well. You can ask if they want to join you, take them along with you. That's an option too. But yeah, it's one of those where it's going to very much depend on where you draw the line between different types of spirits. But my own personal experiences with garden gnomes were actually garden gnomes that ended up inside, which is very unusual and not what I was expecting at all. Think laughter coming out of nowhere, like children's laughter or like little laughter. So it wasn't necessarily children's laughter, it was just laughter that was obviously coming from small things. Lots of tiny footsteps, lots of shadows and running around, and it was one of those moments where you're like, oh, we've got an infestation. We have an infestation of garden gnomes. What do we do? And luckily, we ignored them and they went away by themselves. But it was definitely one of those where I'm like, oh boy, I'm not sure how to deal with this situation. And I hope I don't have to deal with that ever again. I'm happy to observe them from a distance. I would rather them not be in my home in large numbers, I think. And I always think it's important to emphasize when we're talking about the Fae that not all Fae are going to be horrible, not all Fae are going to be nice. You're going to have different kinds, even within the same species, for instance, of Fae. You're going to have nice ones, you're going to have not nice ones. It isn't like a strong, extreme, like all of this kind are bad kind of stuff. Oh, thank you so much. Well, okay, but thank you. It really means a lot to me. Just a thank you for all that you do. Oh, you're so sweet. Not sure if you spoke on this already, but do you have any thoughts regarding doing spell work during eclipse seasons? Oh, it is potent. Potent. And it has a tendency to maybe go a little bit astray. Now, that astray, I don't mean astray like really bad. I don't mean astray like, oh my god, this has massively gone wrong. If anything, I find that eclipse season has a tendency to go, oh, you want more money? Oh, well, you're going to get fired from your job then. And you can do a prosperity working and it will go, oh, we're going to fire you. Because if you are fired, then it gives you the push to go and get the job that you really want that's going to actually pay you more money. Does that make any sense? So it's not like your working is going so wrong it's giving you something that you don't want, but it's almost going so chaotic in the direction that you want that it feels really wrong. Like, you know, you've been putting off moving to a new state, for instance, and you've wanted to move for years and you've always just been a bit too comfortable to do it, and oh, I don't really want to. And then all of a sudden you get kicked out of your apartment. And you've just done a working to kind of get you motivated to change something in your life, and then that's what happens. So I'd say during eclipse season, just make sure that you are wording your workings very, very carefully. If you are doing a prosperity working, make sure that you specifically target it towards what it is that you want, rather than a general prosperity working, or the energy might throw you a curveball and you might end up being fired. I warned you. No guarantee that that's what's going to happen, but it is an option in this kind of situation. Right. I know that the Q&A is not working super effectively, so I'm going to try and find any questions that I've got in the normal chat. But if possible, if the Q&A is working for you, please put them in the Q&A just because it's going to make everything go a lot smoother. But I know that isn't working for some people, so let's have a look. Is there some or certain workings you don't support even as a grey witch? Because I'm one myself, but I have some standards for my workings and my craft, as I don't love things that cause unnecessary harm. Yeah, so I mean, for me, it's very much a sliding scale that I will work up. So what I personally don't like, and this is not a personal attack on anyone, by the way, this is just in my own experience, is going from 0 to 100 in one step. You know, for instance, it would be and I get emails about this a lot. Are people, and there's a lot of people out there who will do it where they go, oh, this person pissed me off at work, can you give me a death spell? You what? I'm sorry, that's your first step? That's where you're going first. None of the in-betweens, you're just going straight to that. I'm not going to help you. Like, you have to show that you are willing to do the work in between. To, you know, why are we jumping to that? So, like, I will happily do, happily is maybe like a stretch here, but I will do cursings, I will do banishings, I will do the workings that are perceived as being more negative in nature. Of course, being able to bear in mind here that what is negative from one perspective is not necessarily negative from another. I think that the world is too black or white. Nothing is ever black or white. Everything is a shade of grey. I will always do every step in between to test it out before I jump to something really extreme. So if I needed to, say for instance, someone at my made-up job is spreading malicious rumours about my friend. I will always start small with, okay, well, let's start with just some protections to keep her away from us. We don't need to be dealing with this. And if that doesn't work, then it's, okay, well, we're going to cleanse some of this energy out. We're going to see if there's anything in that space that's going to be disturbing the energy and is going to be starting this kind of malicious activity. Is there like stagnant energy that's causing this? Okay, well, that didn't work. So then we're going to start with a freezer spell. Let's do something really short-term and temporary. Let's stop this working for, say, a week, and then let's see what happens when it thaws out again. Okay, that still didn't work. Okay, now we're going to do a binding spell. Let's see if we can bind this situation. Or the binding worked temporarily, but then she found a way around it. Okay, well, that doesn't work anymore. You know, you're taking those steps, and then eventually you might end up with like okay, we need you gone. Like, we need you gone. That's then my next step, you know? So I tend to do like little steps towards it. I have met many, many people, and even from my stance of, if necessary, I will, I look at some of the emails and I'm like, what? What is actually happening right now? Where they will literally go from, my life is perfect, everything is fine, one minor inconvenience, and you need like the most extreme spell to have ever been cast imaginable. And I can't help but think that there must be like loads of gaps in between that you've just stepped over. You've not even stepped, you've like done the triple jump over all of these options that you've got. That's where I take a step back and I'm like, okay, especially when it's people who are like contacting me to do it for them. I'm like, this seems less like you want to fix your problem and more like you want to abuse the power that you think you can have with witchcraft. And I think sometimes that line does get crossed, and that's when I'm always like, okay, I don't think you have the best intentions of anyone in mind here. And mostly I get that via email. I get that via email, via Instagram DM, by letter. I want to emphasize that while I do have a PO box, I do not accept, don't do spell work for other people via letter. I get the weirdest letters. Like the weirdest letters. I don't do spell work for others, especially not via letter. So I'm just throwing that out there because I get that sometimes. Quite a lot, actually. You'd be surprised. Okay, So what else have I got in here that I missed earlier? Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Do you have any advice on how to protect against destiny thefts and monitoring spirits and things of that nature? And how can we remove or banish that kind of stuff from our energy or environment? So this is very much about having consistent protections up, whether they are protections on yourself, whether those are protections on your physical space, maintaining them regularly and ensuring that you are doing your cleansings, especially if you are coming and going from lots of different locations. You can bring things in with you. So make sure that you're maintaining your personal protections as well as your home protections and cleansings is probably the easiest way of kind of getting around those kind of situations. Ooh, do you have any correspondences for redwood or dawn redwood trees? So I'm just going to see if any recommendations come up instantly, because most of the books that I have on the subject are from, what is the word I'm trying to find? British tree lore and legend, and that isn't always something that's going to be super accessible. So immediately I've got a website. I have no idea how valid any of these sources are, by the way, because obviously I've literally just looked them up. But got one here that is thegoddesstree.com, #/trees/redwood. Planet, Jupiter, element, fire, symbolism, balance, deity, Thor, what else have we got? Orion, and also heaven and earth. What have we got here? That's medicinal properties. I'm going to dodge those ones. But drawing down the power from the heaven to the earth, spells for religious purpose, seeking and discipline, spells of mystical union with nature and wild animals, hunting magic, the martial arts as spiritual discipline, and spells for innovation and sudden revelation. Milled redwood is excellent for wands, which has a very broad and beautiful grain, quite lightweight and soft. So there are some sources out there, but I do think it's important that, especially if we're looking at locations with a lot of native history, that maybe things are looked into as in folklore, legends that relate to the land, the people who have a very deep spiritual connection with the land. Because there's lots of books that I've got on tree magic, but they're all based on the tree Ogham and the trees that we find in the British Isles, and it just doesn't really cross over the same. So if you can find someone really knowledgeable and experienced in your local area, or simply with folklore and legend of the place and the land, I think that's going to massively help. Because if you're looking at a lot of sources that are, say, British about trees, it just isn't going to align with the intense amount of knowledge that kind of, I was going to say locals, but it's more than locals. It's the native peoples are going to have with that land, and those spirits is going to be very, very different than anything that I can find online or anything like that. So it's about finding local sources, I think. I realised I am meant to be clicking on the question that I'm answering, and I keep forgetting to actually do it. Oh, I'm so bad at doing this today. Like, it feels like just 2 minutes since the last time I did a live stream, and already I'm just so far behind. Okay, let's have a look at where I am. I'm somewhere here. Oh, I didn't say thank you for that. Did I say thank you for that? It was a super chat, so thank you so much for that. I read the question and I think I forgot to say anything else. But if you look online, and you can do this for anything as well, any plant, any crystal, anything you like. If you just type in the name of what it is you're looking for and then magical properties or in witchcraft, you'll find so many different resources. You'll find books, you'll find websites, you'll find podcasts, YouTube videos, everything. And if you just cross-reference loads of different sources, you'll find like the through grains that are like the core belief, and then you can add your own workings onto that, your own connections with different plants and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, very interesting. Is there blood magic within Hellenism? If you are aware, let me know. So I personally don't practice this, so anyone who does, do let us know in the chat, and yeah, we'll see where that goes. Now, I do feel like I need to emphasize here that the questions ideally need to be in the Q&A tab, because otherwise this is going to get really confusing. So I'm going to go back to the Q&A tab for now for all the people who've posted it in there. Posting in the normal chat is really only if you cannot get the Q&A tab to work. Just going to emphasize that, otherwise this is going to get really, really confusing. So all questions, if you can, in the Q&A tab so that they can be all in one place and it stops the chat from breaking, because it does that a lot. Right, where was I in here? Here I was. Somewhere. Boop. Here. Found it. I wanted to ask you if you could talk a bit about Ceridwen. I understood that you work with her, and I'd like to start too. How is working with her? It is intense. It is very, very intense, for me anyway. Now, every deity is going to manifest differently in the lives of different people, depending on what you need from a particular deity, the aspects that they are willing to show you and offer you. For me, Ceridwen is very, very potent and powerful. She will come in for spells and rituals and the like when I need her to the most. She'll just kind of pop in and be like, I will help. And when that happens, I know that my entire world is about to be turned upside down. But there are a few books that I would recommend. So one is this one. This is Ceridwen, the Celtic Goddess of Inspiration by Christopher Hughes. Christopher Hughes is a phenomenal author. I have several of his books. I've had the chance to speak to him. He is just absolutely incredible. If you have the chance to ever hear him speak, please do. Like, I think I saw him speak a couple years ago at Witchfest. So good. And these books, oh my god, he even signed it. I forgot about that. Okay, never mind. My memory is so terrible. So this one goes into the quest for Ceridwen, beginning the chase, the power of mythology, the quest for meaning, Ceridwen and the Welsh bardic tradition, the 4 eras of the Welsh bardic tradition, songs of praise, the book of Taliesin, the chair of Ceridwen, what's in a name, Ceridwen and the cauldron, witch, Ceridwen and the Mabinogi, and it goes over so many different aspects of Ceridwen's mythology, the stories, her section in the Mabinogion, and it is just phenomenal. His work is just absolutely incredible. And then there's even a section on ritual. You can't even see that, it's completely blown out. Ritual and practice. So it covers Ceridwen altars, Ceridwen's 3 crafts. What else have we got here? Daily Arwen affirmation, daily devotional, the power of 3, the cauldrons of land, sea and sky, as well as a section on Welsh pronunciation, which I always need because you all know I'm terrible at pronouncing things. I've really tried hard to learn Welsh, actually, and I'm still trying. I'm still struggling. But yeah, that one is one that I really like if you do want to look more into this goddess in particular. So, what else have we got here? I've been smelling a sickly sweet smell lately. I remember you mentioned that in your curses video. I've had nightmares, headaches, and do feel icky. Do you have any advice on what to do? Okay, firstly, once again, I'm going to be playing that annoying auntie that everyone is like, but that's not the answer that I want. I'm like, too bad. You're going to get the answer that I give. And that is, if you are getting a lot of headaches, you have got changes in your sense of smell, and you are not feeling yourself, please make sure that you go and get checked by a doctor or by whoever your primary care person is, to make sure that what you're dealing with is not something physical. Because especially when you're getting all of these things happening in one go, it is something that I would recommend getting checked out first. Mundane over magical. The magic does not replace the medical. I think that's really important because headaches, changes in smell are not always good signs. That's not to scare anyone. That's just to say it's something that definitely needs to be checked out first. If we are getting sickly sweet smells and it is not something medical, you're looking at a couple of different things. When it comes to sickly sweet, typically for me, that's the fair folk. it's typically this very, very sickly sweet, almost like so sweet it gives you a headache sweet kind of a smell that I get. Not with all fae, just with some of them. Some are a little bit more almost like herbal, earthy in nature, but there are some that are like incredibly sickly sweet. And so it could be that you are dealing with perhaps a pissed off fae. It could be that if you've, for instance, moved anything in an outside space that was quite old, perhaps taken down a tree or something, it could trigger a situation like this. It could be that you have something malicious going on, like you do have something baneful coming towards you. But generally speaking, that's pretty rare in the grand scheme of things. So cleanse, protect, see if that improves the situation. But yeah, especially when you've got multiple of these things happening in one go, I would get that checked out first just to make sure there's nothing else going on. What else have we got here? How do you go about working with brownies? Can you get on the wrong side of them? Oh, 1,000%. And they are one of the most finicky fae that you will ever encounter. If you let your space get a little bit too messy, they will not be happy with you. If you don't acknowledge them, they will not be happy with you. If you don't say good morning to them or good night to them, they will not be happy with you. If you forget to leave an offering, or you leave an offering that isn't quite to their standards, or you leave an offering slightly late, they will not be happy with you. Brownies are very, very routine focused. They like things a very certain way. And so if you can find that routine with them, it can be incredible to work with them, absolutely phenomenal. But if you break that routine or behave towards them in a way that they don't quite appreciate, then that is something that is probably going to put you on their bad side for a while. And their bad side can vary from leaving and never coming back, to turning your entire life upside down, to stealing a whole bunch of things that are really important, like a wedding ring, like the key, the house key of your set of keys, or the earring that you really needed to wear for this job interview. They steal like little things that, while they might appear little, are really important. So it's one of those where you can definitely get on the wrong side of them. When it comes to working with them, it's about acknowledging them as being a member of your space. Just like you would acknowledge someone that you are living with, like a flatmate or a child. I'd hope that you were acknowledging your own child, but you know what I mean. Someone who's living in that space, you would be acknowledging them. They are part of that space too. You would be asking them about the things that you are going to do in that space. You would be greeting them when you come home from work. You'd be sharing things with them. This is the kind of stuff that is really significant to them in building that connection and that relationship with them. Doop-a-doop-boop-a-doop-boop-boo. Ooh. Sons of Asgard do courses. Have you ever done one of their courses? If yes, would you recommend it? I have never done one of their courses. I've been asked to do one of their courses, which is something that I've been really thinking of recently, but their courses seem really, really good. And from the people that I've seen talk about them having done them, they've really enjoyed it. And they're very passionate about what they do. That's one thing that I will always be able to say about Sons of Asgard, is it doesn't matter what they do, they are incredibly passionate about it. They just love the craft, and they love their part in the craft. And so for me, if I were looking at doing courses with anyone, it would be someone who is so passionate about what they do. And so definitely worth looking into, checking it out, see what you think. They offer loads of different ones. And that is one thing that I can 100% say, is that they are so unbelievably wholeheartedly invested in everything that it makes me love them so much, which is why I like supporting them, because I love supporting people who are just so passionate about their craft. Ooh, this is interesting. So this is a question that's kind of going to cross over into a lot of different topics, but I occasionally wake up in the night smelling smoke. I run around checking. There's no fire, no visible smoke, nothing that could produce the smell. I live alone and I'm not a smoker. What could this be? Oh, okay. So there's a lot of options going on here that's going to cross over into a lot of different topics. So first, I'm going to play the annoying aunt again, and I'm going to say, check. And this, while it isn't necessarily smell that this causes, I think it's also important to consider it as an option, which is make sure that these phantom smells, as with the earlier question, are not being caused by something medical. And also, I would recommend, if you don't already have one, investing in a carbon monoxide alarm, because there's been quite a few cases, I think some of them have been on TikTok actually, of people where they've been seeing things or smelling things or hearing things, and it turns out they've got like a low level carbon monoxide leak going on, and that's not something that you want to be dealing with. So just make sure you cover your mundane bases first. We then have like a couple of magical, spiritual options that we've got going on here. So if you live in an older house, it could be worth checking the history of that building, because you might find that in the past, but the building itself has had a fire. And that is essentially kind of, I was going to say burned into the fabric of the building, but like literally, it's like energetically imprinted on that space. And so especially when you are in this in-between where you are not quite asleep, not quite awake, it is easier to be influenced by the energy around us. And so you then might be picking up on this echo effect of that energy. Yeah, like the ghost of a fire. It's this like energetic echo of what's happened. And if you are experiencing this same feeling, the same smell at the same time, then it might be that is the time that the fire started, or that is the time where the people were aware of a fire. And so you are essentially playing out what's happened hundreds of years in the past, or even just years, like decades in the past. You could be repeating that energy. So that is an option, though I would always recommend checking out all the other options first. Another thing that you've got going on is this could be a spirit that is trying to commune through you, and that is something that is very significant in their life. And so it is something that now that they've seen that it has an effect on you, that they're going to keep doing it until they get your attention. It could also be something happening in past lives, but I would expect that to have happened before. So unless you've just started your kind of psychic magical journey, in which case that can trigger things coming through from the past that you have never experienced before. If you've been on this journey for a while, I would expect something like a past life, it would show in different places that you've lived. If this has only started since you've moved to this location, then it's worth checking out physical factors that could be influencing it, and then the building as a whole. But yeah, really interesting topic, because it just, until you do further research, it could be so many different options, and it's just about whittling it down to the set thing that it could be. Right, where was I? I am here. Yes, here. How do you work with animal allies? Do I set up an altar? Is there any books on the topic? How do I do magic with my animal allies? The red-tailed hawk let me know it wants to work with me. So in which case, it's, if we're not talking about like animal companions like cats and dogs and stuff, if we're talking about animals as a whole, you are looking at working with their archetypal energy. So it's going to be the spirit of the collective body of animals, a little bit like working with trees. With trees, you can work with the tree spirit of that particular tree, or you can work with the collective spirit of, for instance, redwood or willow or oak. The same applies if we're working with the energy and spirits of animals. So you can work with, say, a particular cat, or you can work with the collective spirit and energy of all cats. And so it's worth looking into the mythology, the folklore surrounding that particular animal, if it is one that has come forward to you, seeing if it may well be a sign or a representation of something that you need to do, or a deity that you need to work with, or a spirit that you need to work with. Look into how that ties into the mythology of where you live, if it is something that's native to where you are. You can set up an altar space for them, or you can simply have a piece of artwork or like an image or an illustration, something that's going to allow you to focus on that energy during meditations. You might want to sleep with a picture of that animal, like a photograph under your pillow, to help it come through during dreams, any messages that it might want to share with you. I mean, there's loads of different options here, but those are just kind of like surface level things. I don't specifically have any books on the topic that I would recommend, but that's kind of things that you can start with and then just see how it builds from there. Right. Doop-a-doo. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. You know when you're young on a long car journey and see the shadow that travels alongside you, is that the local spirit of the land? Unlikely. The majority of the time, everyone that I know has spoken of this same thing, is it's just visualization. It's just your mind as a child creating this figure that's like running alongside the vehicle. I mean, in some cases it may well be that there is a spirit present, but more often than not, it's simply just your imagination creating a figure, especially because so many children and even adults, I still do it now, honestly, will do it on long car journeys. It's just a way of focusing on something that isn't the fact that you're going to be on a car journey for 4 to 6 hours. I say that knowing that if you live in America, you're probably going to be on a car journey for a lot more than 4 to 6 hours, but... Oh, see, this is a very, very extremely large question that I am never going to be able to answer, which is, what's the best book on the market regarding crystals? That is an entirely subjective answer. I don't think that any one book is going to be the best on any topic. I think it's going to depend on your tradition, your background, your religion, the kind of age that you want that book to be, the style of practice that you want to go into, the kind of language that you like being used, the way that book has been written. You know, there's so many different options. I don't really have any that I super duper love. I mean, probably the favorite one of mine at the moment is by Scott Cunningham, and it is... What is it called? It is called The Encyclopedia of Crystal, Gem and Metal Magic. That is currently my favourite that I have in my own collection. And it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, I don't use crystals massively within my magical practice, but I would love to know anyone else's recommendations for crystals. Like, I think that would be really, really cool. Right, let's have a look. See, what rituals do you do for Mabon? So I've just done an entire video on the things that I am doing for Mabon. This time it's pretty simplistic. It's a fairly brief set of workings, and even then most of the workings I'm doing haven't made it into a video, and I'm not going to particularly discuss them because a lot of my practice I do keep private. But you're looking towards prosperity workings, workings for abundance and fruitfulness, and all of that kind of stuff are great to do for Mabon. For me, I'm really liking working with the apple energy. I've done it now like 2 Sabbats in a row where I'm working with that, and that's mainly where my focus has been, but obviously there's lots of options out there. I'm going on holiday next week. Oh, I hope you have a good time. What are your favourite witchy tips for travel and to have a good holiday? Not to focus so much on having a good holiday that you end up self-sabotaging. And I am known to do this a lot. And I think generally that's the best advice that I can give, is that not everything has to include witchcraft in your life as a witch. And I know that that is the most frustrating answer imaginable, but especially if you're going on holiday, just enjoy yourself. Don't worry too much about having to do workings to have a good holiday, or the witchy things that you should be bringing with you to make sure that it's good. I would use it as a time to disconnect, if anything, from your own practice and maybe connect a little bit with the place of where you're going to be. So instead of focusing on, say, doing workings to have a good trip, I often find that if I do that, then I end up overthinking everything and end up self-sabotaging. Maybe that's just me. But typically when I go away somewhere, if I'm going somewhere, say, completely different, I'm more focusing on connecting with the energy of the land when I'm there and kind of having an experience, a magical experience while I'm there by just connecting with the place and making the energetic side of my holiday just as interesting as my mundane side. But maybe that's just me. What's the worst thing you've ever eaten? I'm really, really boring, honestly. I don't go bonkers with anything that I have. The worst thing I've ever eaten has probably been broccoli and lemon pasta, and that is honestly how minimal my scope of diet is. I hate lemon. I hate it viscerally, which is why when you see me do workings and they're like workings that are not very nice, I will use lemons, and it is because I viscerally hate them. If you put lemon in my drink, I'm fishing it out. It is disgusting. I don't want my drink to taste like lemon. And so if you lemon in pasta, ugh, lemon cake, ugh, lemon candles, ugh, no, horrible. Lemon is just grim to me. And I typically don't try to eat anything that I'm not gonna like anyway. Do you have a powerful unbinding spell? Someone has bound me and I've tried regular unbindings and they didn't work. So really, I wouldn't, unless you have the binding working that has been done, you're going to have a hard time undoing that working. So instead of doing that, I would try to find a loophole to skirt your way out of it. So I mean, I have done an entire video on undoing spells, which might be useful. But essentially, rather than attempting to unpick that unbinding, you're going to want to be doing workings that are going to help to squirm you out of that situation. So it's about finding the loopholes in that are going to allow you to work around it. And I know that this is not going to be particularly useful because it's so vague, but it's because I don't know the context of the situation. But try to find loopholes rather than undoing. You can do workings such as like return to sender workings. You can do full spell breaking workings that essentially burn away all magic that has been cast upon you, whether for good or for bad, to try to unpick it that way. But generally speaking, binding spells wear off after a while. And so it's about trying to like squirm your way out of it so that you can dodge it for as long as possible while the energy kind of runs out. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Also, when and if you're ever bound, is there any other types of magic I can tap into if I can't tap into my own? Since I'm bound, I can't do magic. So I'm confused. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this. So if you can't do it, then the unbinding spells haven't not worked. It's just that you can't do any, therefore they're never going to work. Surely? I'm a little confused, honestly, because if you can't carry out your own spells because of the binding, you can do as many unbinding spells as you want. It's not that the unbinding spells aren't working, it's that you simply can't do them. I think. In which case, if you have anyone in the community that you can reach out to, any workings that are, any people that can assist you with that working that you know personally, that would be a phenomenal way of doing it. You might want to reach out to spirits, to servitors, to deities to assist. If it's that you can't access your own energy, you can draw on the energy of the elements, of spirits, of nature, of place, of plants, of crystals, of weather phenomena, lots of different options, the moon, the sun, cosmic bodies. You can draw on those energies instead of your own. But obviously, if you're drawing energy in from external sources, but you yourself cannot then direct that energy out, then that's not going to be all that useful. In which case, it's probably worth then going for the spirits and deities approach, because that way you are working with an external influence that has their own energy that can then cycle back into that binding spell if it means that you yourself can't do the working. Spirits and deities is probably going to be your best option. I think I just did all of that. I did all of that mental gymnastics verbally. I apologize if that was like verbal diarrhea. But yeah, if that's the case, it's about either working with other practitioners or working with an external factor like spirits, deities, that kind of thing. Okay. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. What do we have here? Buzz, buzz. Ooh, where am I? Oh, okay, I completely lost where I was. All words just started blurring together. I want to craft a witch's bottle to protect a space. Do I need to add a taglock, or just placing the bottle in the space I want to protect will suffice? Okay. Here is my question to you, and it's going to very much depend. What I say is going to very much depend on the answer to this question. Are we talking a TikTok style witch's bottle, or are we talking about a historical witch's bottle? And that's not to shade TikTok witch bottles. That's just that there is one format that is very, very prevalent on TikTok and social media, and then there is another that is primarily found within like folkcraft, and they are very, very different. So if we're talking like a bottle that's going to contain, that's basically what I'm trying to ask really nicely. Is there piss involved? Because if we're talking like historical witch's bottle, they did contain urine. That was like the primary ingredient, and that isn't something that a lot of people want to do today, understandably so. But so my answer to the question is very much based on whether we're talking a historical witch's bottle or a very social media focused witch bottle. They are both useful in their own unique ways. So if we're talking historical witch's bottle, they would typically be made out of stoneware. So you're looking at like Bellarmine jars were really traditional. They would then be filled with the urine of the person who was being targeted by witchcraft, because the belief was that when someone cast witchcraft upon you, a part of their essence was trapped within you as the victim, and therefore your urine contained the essence of the person doing the witchcraft. In there were like bent nails, bent pins, needles dropped in. It would be sealed and then it would be heated up, and the witch bottle would act as the bladder of the witch, and it would cause mass amounts of irritation, and the witch would be forced to return to your home to apologize and to undo that working. And if they refused, that bottle was then buried under the hearth to continue doing its nastiness. So in that case, you would need a taglock, because that urine is the fundamental foundation. Now, the reason that I say TikTok witch bottle is that because places like TikTok and Instagram have such strong restrictions on what you can talk about, the version of witch bottles that we see appearing on Tumblr, on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok are very different than the historical form of witch bottle. And so they will primarily contain dried plants and other ingredients that offer protective properties. So they act in a very different way. So historical witches' bottles were designed to irritate the person that was carrying out the baneful working, and the pins and needles were designed to like trap that energy inside so that you were containing that energy. And then whichever happened first, sometimes the witch's bottle would break, sometimes the witch's bottle would simply need replacing and you would switch it out for a new one. Whereas the witch's bottles that we primarily see on social media are designed to offer protective energy. So they don't necessarily contain things in the way that historical bottles do. Instead, they act as almost like a little energy output. So you put protective things in and protective energy comes out. So depending on which type you're using, you might not need to use a taglock. If you're using like the very historical technique, which I know that not many people are comfortable with because obviously most people don't want to pee into a bottle, then you are going to need to use a taglock because the foundation of it is urine. Whereas if we're using the TikTokified version of witches' bottles, they are going to work on the space. So if you want to protect, say for instance, my desk where I'm at right now, I would want to put that witch's bottle in that space. If you wanted that protection to be on yourself, you could have a little vial necklace that has all these protective herbs in it, that's got the energy poured into it, that's all sealed up. And because you are carrying it around with you, it is then influencing your energy. If you want that witch bottle to still impact you when you're away from the home, then you would put your taglocks in there, hair clippings, nail clippings, things like that in that witch bottle, seal it up, and then it is linked to you. So even if you are away from your home or you're away from that bottle, it's still going to influence you. But yeah, it's just going to depend on the style of practice that you are going to be using. I know that was very, very long-winded, but it's one of those topics I absolutely love it. Yeah, it's one of the things about social media, and I say TikTok, the TikTok witch bottle. It didn't really start on TikTok. It started on Tumblr. Posts were coming out about how to create your own protective witch's bottle, and they were like little vials with herbs and stuff in them, and they're still everywhere on Tumblr. But now it's very, very much the TikTok thing. You see it all the time. You see like this little bottle and then the incense stick appears and like wafts inside the bottle, and then yeah, it becomes more like a talisman or an amulet than an actual historical witch's bottle. And then people are also using them for other things. They're using them for love and good luck and all of this stuff, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. It's an adaptation on pre-existing traditions. I just think it does get a little confusing when like it's the same thing, it's like the same name, but they're used for like two different things. It gets kind of confusing, like what's what, who's who, what's happening, I'm not sure. I feel like if you use protection herbs and a bit of their hair, if you want to keep it on your person, yeah, you can do that too. I mean, there's so many different varieties, but it's that's the thing. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the style of practice. It just gets confusing when the same term is being applied to two what have become very, very different styles of practice. Yeah, that's ideal. Of Blessed Night said, I've always called those spell jars instead of witches' bottles to avoid confusion. I would too, honestly. I would consider that to be a jar spell rather than a witch's bottle. But witch's bottle will get more clicks because it sounds witchier, it sounds cooler, and therefore it gets more views. And it becomes really confusing when you do have like these two very distinct practices that kind of, they don't really have all that much in common except that you can use them for protection and they are both in a bottle form. Be called the same thing. It just gets kind of confusing. Okay, where was I? I am... Oh, here. I think, yes, maybe, yes, here. What can you do if you don't have access to the right ingredients for a spell? You adapt the spell. So ideally, if you are there any workings in here that I would maybe adapt? I don't know if there will be, but say for instance, if I had a spell for good luck as an example, and it called for catnip, and I just don't have catnip, as I can't access it, I don't have any growing. I would then be going through different reference lists for different herbs that are designed for good luck. So down that list, I might see marigold, I might see chamomile, I might see basil, and I go, okay, well, I have basil in the kitchen, so I'll use that instead. And so it's very much about taking a look at the working that you're doing and taking a step back and analysing what you can use and what you can avoid. So there are sub-categories even within a spell where there are aspects that cannot be changed and there are aspects that can be changed. And you'll often find that there will be ingredients that you can adapt and alter. So for instance, if it was a candle spell for good luck, the candle colour can be altered. But what you're probably not going to be able to change is the fact that there's a candle involved, because if you're taking the candle out entirely, that working is not the same working. But if you're looking at some of the ingredients that are going to have to go around that candle, well, then it's a case of going, okay, well, these ingredients have been chosen for their good luck qualities. What else can I use? And in which case, then I'd be looking at basil, I'd be looking at chamomile, I'd be looking at catnip, I'd be looking at marigold. The different ingredients that I can use, say even like rose hips. I use rose hips a lot in good luck workings. If I have an alternative, I can swap that out. And it's why in some cases spellbooks can be useful if you use them in a practical way. So it's about taking a look at the ingredients in a working and asking why they're involved. And you can do this even if you don't need to do that particular spell. You can just have a look at the ingredients list and see why. Why is rose used in a love spell? Why is nettle protective? Why are rose hips used in this way? And if you can figure out why an ingredient has been included, you can then figure out the other ingredients that you can swap it out with, that you can alter it for. And oftentimes that's a way of making your workings so much more successful for you because you've tailored that working in a way that it never was before. Okay. I'm having a difficult time finding resources to learn about earth energies and elementals that are local to me without being compared to Fae. Do you have any suggestions on where to find sources? No. And the reality is, a lot like separating Wicca and Witchcraft, it's probably never going to happen because the lines between different classifications is very, very blurred at the best of times. But then you also have different cultures, different religions, different belief systems, different localized traditions that are going to change where those lines are and whether those lines are blurred and whether those lines are really clear. And it's going to vary dramatically. So for instance, if we're looking specifically at the fairy faith, if we are looking at Scottish, English, Irish, and Welsh, they are incredibly different. Some places believe that the Fae only take part in groups. They are only classified as troops or like the Seelie and Unseelie Fae. They are in courts. Some believe that the fair folk are spirits of the dead. Some believe that fair folk are the minimized old gods that have been reduced into being nothing more than fair folk. Some believe them to be nature spirits. And that's in one island. Well, one, and it depends on whether you're including like all of Ireland or just not. Anyway, it doesn't matter. One tiny section of the world, right? And you have so many varieties in belief systems about the same beings. And so when you then maximize that to the rest of the world, it just becomes so difficult to not have those lines be blurred. So it's a tricky one. It's about figuring out kind of where those lines get drawn for you and just picking what you can and leaving everything else. It's really, really tricky, honestly. And it's one of those things where because so many people have so many different ways of doing it, nothing is ever super simple. Right, what do we have here? No. Sorry, I read a question and I didn't actually read it out loud. Do you think that, for example, if you get road rage and curse at someone while you're driving, that it's like a real mini curse? No. Does that energy affect them? I don't think so, no. Not unless you're putting like some actual energy behind it, like you're purposefully gathering together your energy, setting about a specific intention to then send it out towards them. If you're literally just pissed because someone like undercut you in traffic, I don't think that's going to really get you anywhere, in which case there are some absolute awful drivers that should have a whole lot of curses being thrown at them, and they're not seeing any negative effects on it at all. Curses are not typically super easy to carry out. Like, we can carry them out, but it's not something that is, just like all spell work and ritual, it's not super flippant. It's something that's often very energy heavy. And in that situation, while some people might be throwing like legitimate stuff around, I think the majority of people are just pissed that someone like break checked them. Which, douche move, don't break check people. Like, what a dick thing to do. Right. I'm here somewhere. How can I make my home welcoming to spirits? I'm not sure. I'm very sensitive to be able to tell. So it depends on the kind of spirits that you want to invite in, because while I can give a whole bunch of different ways that you can make your space inviting to spirits, it's going to depend on the kind of spirits that you want to be inviting and what you're going to feel comfortable with in that space. So just as an example, there are many spirits out there who absolutely love being offered raw meat as an offering. And those spirits might not necessarily be ones that you would want to be in your home. That's not necessarily to say that they are not the kind of spirits that you would want to work with, because you might want to work with them, but you might not want them in your home. Whereas there are plenty of other spirits, like the fair folk, for instance, where you might want those spirits in your space, but you need to be making sure that you can maintain that so that you don't annoy them. And so it's very much, I'd say, about getting protections up so that you can shield yourself from unwanted spiritual energies that are going to disrupt your life, while making your space a positive environment for those that you would like to attract. So it's about greeting. I find anyway, greeting spirits when you enter the home, and even if you don't know that any spirits are in that space, if your house is old enough, it's at least going to have a spirit, like an animistic spirit of place. So it's about being present, greeting, saying good morning, saying good night, these kind of things, leaving offerings. So this could be some incense that you're leaving behind. This could be a glass of water that you're leaving out once a week. This could be a little bit of milk that you're leaving out for the fair folk, but you have to be able to maintain that. And then it's about making your space a positive, energetic environment. So boosting the energy in that space gives them something that they can feed off, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, just make sure that you're not kind of letting anything in that you really don't want to be dealing with. I have a blackthorn in my garden. What magic can I do with it? So if you want to learn a lot more about this topic, I'd recommend the book Blackthorn, Whitethorn by, is it Roger J. Horn? Let me have a look. Or is it Nigel Pearson? I think it might be Nigel Pearson. Let's have a look. Blackthorn, Whitethorn is by, it's not telling me, Nigel Pearson. So this one is all about the blackthorn and the hawthorn or whitethorn, about their mythology, their folklore, and all of that kind of stuff. The blackthorn is very much a protective plant that is deeply associated with the fair folk and the spirits of the land. And so it's one of those where it's really important to be very respectful when working with the wood. Commonly used in blasting workings. So these would be, it's the traditional and folk witchcraft version of cursing, essentially, is blasting workings. So it's fairly commonly used in those circumstances, as well as working with spiritual energies. But it's also, I mean, it's useful, like the thorns are really, really, really sharp. This was me cutting a thorn off, by the way. I don't know why I decided to suddenly become a mime. If you cut thorns off after asking permission, you can use them in workings, even for instance in, say, highly protective workings. If someone is really struggling with a part of their body, you might want to use pins for that purpose and use them as a pin. You can use them in protective magics. You can use them in baneful workings. They're really useful in lots of different things. It's just about honouring the plant and honouring the spirit of that plant as well, because the blackthorn is, there's lots of different things that you can use them for. Just make sure that you honor this plant and like the spirit of the plant and all of that. Right, where was I? Any tips for creating a sacred space or altar? Make it your own, generally speaking. Unless you are following like a very set tradition, religion that requires you to have very set things on an altar space, make it your own with what you think you're going to work with, and probably don't fill it with things that you're never going to use. I know that it can be so tempting. Depends on what the altar is for. If we're talking about a working space, then it's about kind of filling it with things that you're really going to use. So if you're never going to use a chalice, don't bother putting a chalice on there. If you are only going to use one wand, you don't need 3 of them on there. You know what I mean? Or you can keep it a completely empty space and just add things on it as and when you need to. If we're talking, say, a Sabbath space, then it's about adding the things on that you are really drawn to, whether it's a particular flower for the season, a particular piece of artwork, or like a tarot card or an oracle card, or something that you want to work with specifically for that Sabbath. If it is a deity or a spirit, you might find that things come through in your meditations, in your dream work, in any kind of communion that you're having with that deity or spirit. You might want to look into the mythology and folklore of that particular deity or spirit and see if anything comes through that you can add onto that altar space. And don't be afraid to change things around. If something doesn't feel right, take it off, switch it out for something else. Try and be flexible and fluid with it, because I've done it myself. I very, very religiously stuck to the Wiccan format of making an altar, where you had 2 candles here, and this was on this side, and that was on this side, and you had to have a pentacle, and you had to have a chalice. And then I realized, like, I don't use any of this stuff. Like, if I actually look at what I was using on my altar, I was using maybe 2 things off the entire altar, and in which case there's no point in me having any of that stuff on there. And I just found it to be so refreshing to not have such a formal approach to it, where I could just say, like, today I really just want to be working with a wand, and that's like the only thing on that altar space. I found that to be a really refreshing, like, break free from it. Some of these questions I know I'm not going to be able to answer in a Q&A. So for instance, batteries and creating them for the specific purpose of creating a ward, these kind of workings are way, way too big for me to be doing in a Q&A style, because there's just so much there. I know that it is included as a chapter in something maybe that I'm still working on. But yeah, that's just a massive, massive topic. So those kind of questions I will be skirting for the Q&A. Otherwise, I'd have to like type out an entire script and all that. But there are others. So it's like, how do you if we're talking like, how do you use things like the moon or the weather to power workings, then it's done in a few different ways depending on how intense you want to get with it. So say for instance, storm magic, you could carry out a working particularly during a thunderstorm, and just like you are rooting your energy into the ground to do your earthing and your grounding techniques, you can root it into the weather as well, and you can draw on that energy in your spells and rituals. So you can power a working that way. If you are wanting, say, to connect a working to the moon, and you want it to charge during certain cycles of that moon, you would link those energies together. So when you're linking them together, you are allowing that working to run behind the scenes, like without... I'm getting distracted by text messages. I've got to stop looking at my phone. So that you can have that working run out behind the scenes. So it would be, for instance, the full moon. and you really want that working to charge. So you've created, say, a box that you're wanting to work with. You would reach out with your energy and you would like grab onto some of that moon's energy. We're doing an Evan or Bruce? Which Almighty is it? Evan Almighty? Bruce Almighty? Bruce, where he's like lassoing the moon and he's like pulling the moon closer. That's what we're going to be doing with the energy. If that's the visualization that you need to get this to work, use it. It's a great movie. If you haven't seen it, it's great. So we're going to like grab onto that energy and pull it down. We're going to link it to that object. And then every time the moon is in that phase again, it is going to be drawing on that energy, and it allows you to latch things on for longer term workings, especially if you want to like charge it on very specific energies. I realize, right, because I'm slowly editing the live streams to go up on Spotify. Yes, that's the word I was after. I did not realize how many ums I do during live streams. I don't think I in my day-to-day life. I also don't when I'm filming either. I only during live streams, and I annoy myself so much with it. So I apologize if I am annoying everyone by umming. And I realise now that I've ummed even more times by talking about how much I'm umming, which is kind of ironic. I'm going to move on now before I say it anymore. Okay. That I said okay that time instead of that. There we go. I have a lot of trauma related to my birthday to the point where I now celebrate it on a different day. I've heard of magical rituals that reassign your birthday. Is it true or is it just silly? I've never heard of it myself, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not true. It could simply be something that I've just never heard of. So I'd love to know if anyone else has heard about this, about kind of like energetically shifting significant days. I think that would be really cool, just to reach out to anyone who maybe knows more than I do on it. Right, I am somewhere over here, somewhere. Here, let's go for this one. So how do you know a deity you're reaching out to is responding? So you would maybe get signs in dreams, you would maybe get them during meditations, you might be getting additional signs. So I'm not talking about, say, something popping up on like Instagram or something, because that's very easily just the algorithm. And I'm not talking about the seeing of an individual animal, so it wouldn't just be seeing one fox, for instance. It would be seeing animals that are unusual for the time period, animals that are unusual for the location. You'd also be seeing that animal in movies and TV shows and music videos and on bus advertisements and on TV advertisements, and it would start appearing everywhere. And then you'd also maybe get music that you kept hearing in different places, or on the radio the same name would come up like multiple times, and that was the name that related to the deity. You'd start seeing things like this slowly start building up over time. I've never noticed the ums. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I didn't notice me doing it until I started editing, but then I realized that I am also editing like 5-hour-long videos in like one go, and so I'm seeing like 5 hours of my life in 2 times speed, and so I'm going to notice it a lot more than I would otherwise. Where am I? I am here? When will the next book haul or reviews be on YouTube? I'm desperate for some new reads and love your recommendations. I haven't actually posted any hauls in ages because I would normally go to Glastonbury for my birthday. And this year we didn't go. And so normally people would have to like pull me away from the bookstores. They'd have to prise the stacks of books out of my cold, dead hands. And instead, I didn't go this year. This year was a very chill birthday by comparison. And so I don't have any more recommendations. I don't need to. My wallet and my to be read pile needs me to not go anywhere where there is an occult bookshop. But Oh, it's so tempting. What I am doing though is slowly working through my to be read pile, and actually all of my books. My plan is to reread all of the books in my collection, because I'm doing a bookcase update video. It's going to be massive. I think the big one is going to end up on Patreon, honestly, because I have like 300-400 books now in my collection. It's actually getting a little bit extreme for me anyway, with limited book space. So I'm like trying to go through all of my books and categorizing them into videos of books that I recommend and books that I maybe don't recommend so much. So the first one that I'm currently doing at the minute is one on fairy books. So I'm working my way through all of the books in my collection, which is why there's a gaping hole right here, because that's the F section. I just like pulled out every single book, and now they're balanced on the back of my sofa. So if anyone sits on the back of my sofa, they are going to get covered in an avalanche of very heavy books. So I'm thinking of going through books kind of and categorizing them into groups and then doing videos on them. And if I do end up going, I will end up going back to Glastonbury again, but when I do, then I can do those kind of books again in the future. And I massively need to catch up on the Patreon. I used to do monthly book reviews, and then I just kind of stopped because life got crazy, and I tend to forget to exist as a human being when things get crazy. So I need to get back on that again. I have a few Patreon videos that I'm in the process of editing that I'm hoping, fingers crossed, can go up soon, including some book videos. Some of the questions I've already covered earlier, so I'm also going to skip those ones as well, just so it doesn't get too repetitive. Aside from moldavite, any crystals that you find too much? I find hematite feels like I'm being electrocuted, worse than an electric fence, even after cleansing. I will be honest, I don't know if I'm just a little bit broken in this regard, but I don't find moldavite to be particularly potent for me. I have moldavite like necklaces, like moldavite jewelry that I wear, and it's like does not faze me at all. And yet I have people in the community where if moldavite is even in the same room as them, they're like, I'm not going in there. I'm not even walking in. Like they won't touch it, they won't be near it, they steer clear of it completely. Even if like I'm wearing a piece and it's like underneath clothing, they're like, no. And I'm like, okay, fine, I'll take it off, it's okay. So I find that really interesting, that especially something like moldavite that so many people have such a strong thing for doesn't necessarily bother me at all. Hematite I actually find to be stronger than moldavite does energy-wise. That very heavy like groundedness is something that I feel really, really strongly. Is there anything that like I strongly avoid? Okay, it's not that I avoid it. Oh, is it because I avoid it because it makes me uncomfortable? I don't like agate very much. And I mean like at all. Some of them I'll like tolerate, like it's fine. And the reason, I mean, yeah, some people, it's agate for a lot of people, isn't it? For me, it's agate. I put an R in it somewhere. I don't know. But it's because it doesn't feel like anything. I think I've spoken about it on the streams before, about places that are void of energy. And the places that are void of energy make me feel really uncomfortable. Agate's the same, in that agate feels like nothing to me. Like, I can tell that there's something there, but it's like, ugh. Why is it so empty? What is going on? Whereas you hand me like a moldavite and I'm like, oh, okay, I can feel that and I'm fine with it. But if you hand me something that feels energetically dead, I'm like, ugh, get it away from me. No. And that is what I feel like with agate. It isn't because like it has a horrible energy to it. It's because to me, I can't really feel anything at all. It's the weirdest thing. So people are like, oh, I love blue lace agate. I'm like, why? Like, I have a piece in my collection and it's one of the only pieces that I have that I'm like, okay, I will keep that. But even then it's like, oh, is that it? Is that it? I was expecting something more. Whereas you give me like a piece of moldavite and I'm like, oh yes, now this I can feel. Yeah, it's one of those really, really weird things. Yeah, basically you could hand me a piece of plastic instead of a stone or a crystal and it would feel the same to me about as like Argate does. Like like if you've ever had, like, I got it in like, was it Spooky Box Club or something years ago? I'm talking like 10 years ago, something like that. They had like this little like pendulum that they described as being obsidian, this obsidian pendulum. Or was it an Argate? I think it might have been a black Argate pendulum. And I held it in my hand and I went, I legitimately can't tell if this is fake Argate that they are passing off as real, or if this is legitimately Argate and it just feels dead to me. And I still have it in my collection and it still feels dead to me. It's just, it's weird. It's so bizarre. I'm like that with amber. I can't wear it at all. If I put a piece on within moments, I subconsciously take it off. That's really interesting. Because amber, a lot of people find it to be really soothing and really nice to work with. I find amber to be a very strange energy because it almost doesn't feel like... It feels like something, but to me, amber very much feels like it matches the energy of whoever is holding it. So if someone else has handled that amber before me, as soon as I get hold of it, I can feel that energy and then it will like fade out on me and it will just kind of like be the same as me. And that makes me feel kind of weird. I don't know if that's maybe what's happening here. Is that because it kind of aligns so close, it's why it's been used for healing for so long, because it like aligns so closely with the energy of the person who's holding it, that can feel really strange. Has anyone come across a place energetically dead? Yes, and I would never want to again. Like there's even a place that I went to recently, actually. It wasn't completely energetically dead, but it was definitely getting that way. There was this one section of woodland. Like, we'd been walking through the woodland for ages and, like, it had felt fine. And then you go through this one section of pine forest. And as soon as you walked into this section, everything just died. As in, the ground is dead, the pine needles on the floor are dead. There's no other life in the pine forest, because pine forests are highly acidic anyway, so not much likes to grow there regardless. But not only was it like physically dead, but there was no birds, no insects. It was deathly silent, like unnervingly, like something is seriously wrong, gut-wrenchingly silent. And then it was also energetically silent. And that is when I get nervous, because it's like, this place doesn't feel bad. It doesn't feel good. It just feels like a void. Like it feels like a vacuum of energy. And the scary bit about vacuums of energy is that they usually suck energy out of everything that comes into that space. So you have to be really careful in places that are empty of energy, because it depends on why. But yeah, it's... that was not a nice place. I was glad to get out the other side of it. And the minute you kind of got past that space, there were birds, there were insects, there was noise again. It was not a nice feeling. And that's only the second time I've ever experienced something like that. The first time I know was related to a spirit, and that's what I've mentioned before, where the spirit basically had just forced out... basically every other spirit in that space. They'd forced everything out. And so then when that spirit wasn't present, the place was just empty. But this time, I have no idea what happened there. I couldn't feel anything. I couldn't feel any spirits. I actually have videos of the place. Maybe I need to like post them on Instagram or something. But I got some videos and I just wanted to try and capture it. And I haven't gone back to check, but like I feel like I should, because it was just such a weird place. So weird. we need a book on this stuff. The specificity in which you describe this energy is mind-blowing. I'd love to learn how to do that. Thank you. I'm so glad that it's useful. I don't even know how I do it, honestly. I black out for most of the live streams. I'll come out of it and I'm like, I have no idea what was spoken about in any of that. That's why I repeat myself so often. It just kind of word vomit is what I've established. But yeah, it's strange how there's like stones that feel like that, and that there's places that feel so viscerally wrong as well. Right, how can I improve pendulum divination? Practice is probably the only thing that I can offer. Practice and maybe expand into other branches of it. So if all you're doing at the moment is just say yes, no, maybe answers, maybe try getting, you don't need to buy, you can just make a spirit board where it's got letters and numbers. Think a Ouija board, but just a generic spirit board, and you can use it to gain more detailed answers that way, so that you can ask spirits things, you can ask your subconscious things, your guides, your deities, everything like that. And it's just a nice way of expanding that practice out a little bit further. Okay. Where was I? I am... I've not even been on for that long yet, and I feel like I'm also going a bit bonkers. Do you have any suggestions on spells for letting go of physical objects? Maybe a cord cutting on attachments or a spell to banish clutter. So, both of those are a really good way of doing it. I'm going to throw in a third option in here, which is, in my experience, as someone who finds a lot of comfort in sentimentality, I often have a hard time getting rid of silly little things, because I'm like, no, I can't get rid of it. It was from this day and this time, and that day and this time was really important to me. I think maybe you could take a different approach and do a working for, if you're similar to me, that is. Pick an object. Could be, for me, it would be, say, like a teddy bear or something. And do a working on that to bring comfort. So that is then the object that this comforting feeling of is then attached onto. And it is then separated from the other things that you have that you might be holding on to. Now, obviously, everyone is different. For me, I hold on to things for sentimentality reasons. And the sentimentality may be the thinnest line ever. Like, it is literally like, oh, I can't get rid of this receipt because this receipt was the day that this happened, and therefore I need to keep it. And it's like, why? Instead, take all of the comfort that you gain from all of those things and pour it into an object and have that be this like focal point of that vessel, and then use that for it. If you do want to do a banishing working on clutter and the attachments that you've got for it, that's a good option. A cord cutting for that kind of thing, also a really good option. I mean, there's so many different ways, but honestly, it already sounds like you're exactly on the path where you need to be. So like, I feel like my job is done. I love it when this happens. That, or what if I need this later? Oh, I've done that so many times. The amount of times where I've like had a proper clean out and I'm like, 3 days later, I realize, where's that thing? I really need that thing. And then I'm like, oh, I threw it away. I threw it away despite the fact that I've had it for 5 years and I've never touched it once. And now all of a sudden, I need it. That doesn't make any freaking sense. And yet, I still will do it all of the time. I'm getting better though. I am getting better at like clearing things out and like not holding on to things in case I need it in this like one niche situation that might never occur ever. I need to figure out where I am. Oh no. even from? I've just realised that I try not to spend very much time on Instagram anymore because I tend to get sucked into doom scrolling. And then before you know it, you have like a bajillion tiny little snippets of songs stuck in your head. And you're like, I have no idea where this came from other than the internet. Just the vagueness of the internet. And I never know where any of it comes from. Where am I? I'm completely lost. Oh no. It's from Mario. Is it? I never played Mario. I'll be honest. I did not have that. I was a Harvest Moon girly. Harvest Moon DS. The only one that matters because all of the other ones after it went a bit shit. I was that girly. It's a Harvest Moon girly always, instead of Mario or anything else. Right. Do you have any authors who are exceptionally good at baneful workings? Who do I refer to delve deeper into baneful work? So this is one where I don't actually have any authors that I would go, yes, 100% this author is amazing. Because I often find, depending on the time period, a lot of the books that were written in the late 90s, early 2000s about baneful workings primarily focus on traditions that fall outside of witchcraft. And the line is very much blurred as to what is witchcraft and what is this separate, distinct tradition. And it's not just one, it's like multiple of them. So the lines can get really, really blurred. Honestly, I wouldn't say that there are any that I would 100% be like, yes, this person is... Oh my god, TikTok wording is infusing into my brain. I literally nearly said that there is not a single author that I would call the GOAT. I actually might need a minute to like process the fact that I just attempted to use that phrase unironically. I think this might be a sign that I need to touch grass. Oh my god, what is happening to me? Oh dear. Okay, I'm gonna open this up to everyone in the chat. Do you have any authors that you really like for baneful workings? Let us know. Honestly, short form content is destroying our minds. Like you know that I don't particularly like short form content for education, but it is brain rotting. Like, what is happening? Like, I recently just discovered Skibbity Toilet, and now I want to, like, take the section of my brain that learned that information and, like, wash it. Honestly, like, I've never... Gen Alpha and Gen Z slang goes, like, right over my head completely. Oh my goodness. And then someone up here said, I bet that she'd really like Stardew Valley. I do really like Stardew Valley. Yeah. Stardew Valley, I had it modded for a while because like I just love that kind of stuff. And then they're coming out with a new one, aren't they? Like the people who have done it, the people who did it are doing another one, which is something about, there's something chocolatier. It looks good anyway, and you know that I'm going to end up getting it. I'm one of those people where it's like, this person bought a really expensive PC to play Sims 4 and Stardew Valley, and I'm like, yes, I did exactly that, because there is nothing cozier than sitting down of an evening with a blanket and a little hot chockey and using my little farming sim to live out a dream countryside life. Like, that just sounds so fun. The Haunted Chocolatier, that's it. I'm so looking forward to that coming out. It's going to be amazing. Like, oh. I'm not saying that the slang is brain rotting. I'm saying that the content is brain rotting. You can use whatever slang you want. I don't care. It's been around since medieval times. What I'm saying, though, is the short form content is rotting our brains, because it's reducing everyone's ability to focus for longer periods of time. People become chronically online to the point where they think that the things that are relevant on TikTok are relevant in the real world, and they're really not. And then you get sucked into it for hours and hours and hours on end. It just becomes a time sink, which is just so unhealthy. And then you're sitting like this close to your phone, and it's like 4 a.m. and you're still scrolling, and you're like, why have I not gone to sleep now? Like, I'm so tired. I should be asleep. And instead I'm like, oh, cute cat. Oh, cute dog. Oh, cute meme. I'm like, that's the bit that's the brain rotty bit. The slang doesn't bother me until I start using things like the goat, and then I'm like, why did I just say that? What just happened to me? It's like I get taken over by the spirit of Gen Z, and I'm like, no, not me. It's not my time yet. And then I'm like, okay, I actually need to stop for a while, because yeah, it's literally addictive. Like, you get so sucked into it, it becomes a problem. Right. Where am I? Oh, I have a limit on TikTok. But then I do it on YouTube Shorts. That's the problem. You go from one to the other. I've been known to do it. I went online yesterday specifically to check an email, and I ended up scrolling through Instagram. I'm like, how did I manage this? I didn't even do the thing I was meant to do. I went solely on my phone to check an email, and then I spent like 30 minutes scrolling through Instagram. I'm like, social media. And I work on social media, so I can't even like complain that much about it. But like, there are aspects of it that I don't like. Cord cutting question. Can I do cord cutting between two people, not including myself? I'm working on helping someone let go of a toxic relationship with someone they went no contact with. Yes, you can. Ideally, you would want to have the information for both parties involved, so that then you can tailor that working specifically to them. But it is especially good in situations like this, where there's no contact involved. I often get asked, and I feel like I'm going to mention it now, because like I will very often get sent this question in DMs, which is, can I do a cord cutting spell on with a person that I often see, that I'm still in contact with? Or I've even had it where, can I do a cord cutting spell on someone I plan on getting back together with? And the answer to that is always a no, simply because the working is designed to cut away any leftover energetic attachments. And if that person is still in active contact with you, you are consistently reforming those energetic attachments. So sure, you can do a cord cutting spell in that instance, but it's kind of pointless, because if you're just going to be recreating those energetic ties again and again and again, you're often going to just be reforming it. And so there's not really much point in doing it in the first place. Whereas no contact situations are kind of ideal for this, because it's about breaking the last of those ties to then move forwards. Does grey bubble protection really prevent from unwanted intrusion when walking in public? So I don't know this working in particular. It's not a working that I'm assuming it's just going to be like a bubble protection working. In which case, it depends on what it was done for. Typically, they help to stop unwanted energies from attaching onto you or interacting with your energy field. Sometimes they help stop unwanted emotion. If you are, say for instance, more empathic in nature, they can stop the unwanted emotions. In some instances, depending on how they've been created, they may offer a form of invisibility. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't be seen. It's more that you are less noticeable. So if, for instance, someone is looking directly for you, like they are looking for you in a crowd of people, then yeah, you're going to still be found by that person. But if you're just having a really shit day and you just don't want people to interact with you, you don't want someone to stop and have a conversation with you, and you're not expecting that to happen, then it's going to limit how likely it is for someone to acknowledge you. So you're still perfectly visible, but you're probably going to be less appealing to have a conversation with than someone else might be. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Oh my goodness, that is awful. Sorry, I just saw this. I saw an actual psychic today and she called my aura an ultra-toxic oil spill. Probably because I didn't want to buy any of her stuff. Yeah, that's a surefire sign of someone who is incredibly unprofessional. Like, even if there was a reason to describe something that appeared or felt in that way, there are ways of doing it and there are ways of not doing it, and that is a way of not doing it. There are massive, like, red flags for psychics and mediums, and that is one of them. You know, it's one of those, like, oh, you don't want to buy my stuff? Oh, well, your energy's awful. You know, it's that kind of classic, like, oh, well, I didn't like you anyway. It's like, okay, that's a bit of a tangent, because, like, what were we just doing? You know, it's that kind of an attitude that's like, whoa, this is really not professional. And if you are a professional reader or a professional psychic or a professional medium, you should be professional, even if someone doesn't want to continue with your services. You know, there's a way of saying it. Like, if, for instance, someone's aura is, say, leeching out everywhere and it's attaching onto other things and it's chaotic and all of that, then in which case it's a case of saying that, you know, your energy field is unstable. You could do with learning some energy controlling techniques to really bring it in and rein it in so the energy is under your control rather than the other way around. And it might be worth looking into the underlying reasons as to why your energy is so chaotic to try to find the underlying source. You don't say that someone's aura is an ultra toxic oil spill. What? Every day I am stunned by the way professionals in this industry sometimes behave. Like, it actually stuns me. I mean, I've had it. One of the biggest rule of thumbs that I have when dealing with psychics and mediums, and it's the one thing that I always say is like a massive red flag, and someone has done it to me, is when a psychic or a medium will walk up to you completely uninvited and they will tell you details about a person who has died in your life. And you're just sitting there minding your own business, and someone is just bombarding you with information that you didn't ask for, you didn't want, you didn't consent to, and they're just like, oh, I'm a medium, they told me to tell you. I'm like, if they were really present, they'd know that I didn't want to hear that right now. Fuck off. And I know that sounds really, really harsh, but I deal with mediums all of the time. Like, I work with so many different mediums at different shows, and some of them are absolutely incredible, and some of them are so toxic to the environment that they give a bad reputation to everyone. Like, if not everyone that a spirit comes through to is in a healthy mindset and in a healthy place to learn about that information. And so this is why it's a red flag. I know that a lot of people think, oh, but I'm doing a service and the spirit wanted me to. And like, I understand that mindset, but also it's about remembering that the person that you are about to give this information to might not be healed enough to hear that information. So the psychic that came up to me outside of a witch fest. And I was just sitting there with a pounding headache, feeling like absolute death, and she just started talking about my grandmother who passed away a year beforehand, and she was just like word vomiting at me all of this information, and I'm there and I'm just like, I don't, and I'm like crying, and I'm like, so I've already got a headache, I already feel like shit, now I'm crying and you won't stop talking to me, and I'm not going to say anything to you, like, I'm not going to be rude to you, but like, wrong time, wrong place, don't do it, you know? And this is one of those situations where it's like there is a time and there is a way of dealing with things. And I saw another one here. What's this? When I was younger, I'd visited a psychic and she told me that my life was a mess and that I needed to pay $200 to help fix it. Yes, that is another one that is so common. I see it all of the time. It's spellcasters that will slide into your DMs and they'll be like, oh, I can feel this toxic curse around you that's going to destroy your life. Give me $500 and I'll fix it. And if anyone says that to you, walk away. Walk away. There's not a single professional psychic or tarot reader or witch or spellcaster who is going to approach you out of the blue, tell you this, and this in your life is gone to shit, and give them $1,000 and they'll fix it. They are scamming you. And unfortunately, so many people get caught up in this every single week. It's actually scary how many people get sucked into this. And then they'll lose like thousands. Like in some cases, it's like tens of thousands of pounds to scammers. Because it's like, this, we fixed this one thing, but now this has been cursed. And so you need to do another spell for this. And they're just draining vulnerable people. And it just, it's so frustrating. That's what I mean when, like, some of the community, that there are individuals in the community who give everyone a bad reputation. You know, it just, and even psychics on like TV shows and stuff, while definitely don't believe everything that you see, it takes one psychic to fake one instance and everyone's career is over. Because it's that easy to ruin the reputation of something like this. It takes one person to ruin the reputation of an entire group of people, and it's just, it's just not the way to do it at all. Which is why it's always important to go to people that are, if you're going to go to a psychic or if you're going to go to a medium, I know that everyone has to start somewhere, but often word of mouth is a really great way of doing it. If someone else has been to this medium and they've gone, you know what, they were really lovely, they were kind, they were respectful, they were really knowledgeable about what they were doing, they made me feel really safe and comfortable, that's kind of an ideal person to go to, rather than someone who just pops out of nowhere and they just slide into your DMs and they're like, do you want a tarot reading? It's like, no, bugger off. I'd rather not, thanks. Like, word of mouth is so important in this industry. Okay, where was I? Are there ways to work with energy that don't involve visualization? Yes. You can draw, you can write. I know that you've mentioned that narration doesn't work for you, but you can use objects that have particular power as a way of focusing in on things. So for instance, instead of having to visualize a butterfly, having a piece of art of a butterfly in front of you might be a better way of doing it. The alternative way, I suppose, is that you bypass it all entirely and you work with external energies. So rather than having to visualize energy and work with it yourself, you can delegate that out to other spirits, other deities, other entities that can do that energetic work for you so that you don't have to worry so much about the visualization yourself. It's not an ideal way of doing it, because obviously being able to visualize it is so much simpler, but it just isn't something that everyone is going to be able to do. Hi Hearth, first of all, I love your videos. Thank you. 2 weeks ago, my rabbit died after I took her to the vet and did a spell at home for her health. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. Now I have a fear of doing spell work as my brain associates, oh yeah, I completely get that. Get back on the horse sooner rather than later. I say this, and I will offer you my credentials for this, okay? I say this as someone with OCD that used to attach everything to everything. If you leave it, it will probably be harder for you to start back up again. So like I would often find that if if something was, I'd associated this with this, and if it took me 6 months to get around to doing it, I would have a lot harder of a time to take that step to get back into it. And in some cases, I just never would. In some cases, that association had become so big that I wasn't able to separate the two things ever again. And I'm not saying that as a way of scaring you into thinking that it's never going to be fine again. But if you can do just little things that are going to help kind of start breaking down that association that's been formed, it's then going to be a lot easier in the long run to kind of get back on the horse again and make progress. I mean, the one thing that I can offer, which maybe it's helpful, maybe it's not, is that our workings are designed to work alongside the natural world around us. And sometimes things do have to come to an end. And even if it's incredibly difficult for us, it may well be that it wouldn't have mattered what you'd have done. It was simply the time. And so don't blame yourself for it not working. And don't blame yourself for anything that went wrong in that situation. Because sometimes we can do all of the magical work that we want, but if we are fighting against things that are much bigger than us, sometimes we're not going to succeed. And it's about remembering all of the positive times and the really happy times in that situation, to try to not allow the negatives to then damage your connection with your own spiritual practice as well, because I think that would be a real shame. So if you can do little things, maybe a ceremony to honor the spirit, that could be a good way of doing it. It is maybe less of an active working and more about just dipping your toe into using energy to honor the spirit. And that's kind of the first way to break the seal on it, so that it doesn't become something that you're so fearful about doing again that you end up not doing it again. What do you know about alchemy? Not masses, actually. I do have a book on alchemy that I'm currently working through reading, but I don't know massive amounts. It's a topic that I'm really fascinated to learn more about. I have other friends, because I'm not my own friend. Actually, I do talk to myself a lot, so maybe I am my own friend. But I have people around that are fascinating? They are fascinating, but they're fascinated in alchemy, and they do a lot of research in it, and I've never really dived into it. Besides, there is a great interconnection in the world of alchemy. Everything is associated with something else, which is then linked to something else. And obviously you've got the classic philosopher's stone and the turning lead into gold and all of these kind of things. What I've always found fascinating and wanted to learn more about was the interconnectedness of it all. If anyone has any recommendations for books on alchemy, I'd actually be really fascinated to get a few and learn further, because I only have one and I would really love to learn more. Hearth, the small things you mentioned and maybe doing maintenance workings, yeah, that kind of thing is ideal for kind of dipping your toe back into things again. I think it's... Now, obviously, not everything is going to come from this OCD mindset. It's just that's the only thing that I can run off, because that's what I'm so used to. In that I would find that if I can slowly prove to myself and push myself out a little bit, that the association that I thought was there isn't there in the way that I think it is, everything becomes a lot easier. Now, if you've never dealt with this, then honestly, amazing, phenomenal. My heart goes out to anyone who does deal with it, because it's incredibly difficult. But say, for instance, touching a doorknob 3 times is not going to stop the sun from rising in the morning, those kind of things. It's really hard to break past some of those feelings, and so just little baby steps. You don't need to go from A to Z instantly, right? You just need to go from A to B. And I think the same kind of applies when you're forming these connections with things, especially when you might blame yourself for situations that were out of your control. It's about the little baby steps of saying, okay, I'm just going to push myself a little bit today. It doesn't have to be a full-blown ritual. It doesn't have to be a full-blown spell. Maybe it's just I carry around a crystal today. That's all I do. I don't need to push myself any further than that. I just need to just carry one crystal with me, have that energy in my space, nothing bad is going to happen, and that's my first step. And then the next day you might want to push it a little bit further and a little bit further until you're back to doing kind of larger spells and rituals again. What are the small everyday magical things one could include into their ordinary routine apart from cooking related stuff? So you can do a daily cleanse by standing in the shower and imagining like electric blue water pouring over you and taking all of the black, sludgy, unwanted energies off you and tipping them down the drain. You can have servitors and familiars that you are working with on a daily basis. You can do single card tarot readings or rune readings every single day. You can carry things around that are associated with your witchcraft. These might be enchanted pieces of jewelry. These might be little protection pouches that you put in your car. Could just be daily maintenance workings of making sure that your shields are up, being sure that you're safe in that regard. The options really are endless, honestly. And I'm the first to admit that I don't do that much every single day. I will sometimes add things into my daily routine, but there's not much that I do consistently besides interact with my servitors. Besides that, there's not much that I do on a daily basis. I'm realizing that my clip is slowly sinking down. I'm like, why can I feel my hair moving? I'm like, that is why, because it is slowly sliding. What are your top witchy, off the beaten path herbs or plants you would plant if British weather, space or resources were not an issue? The thing is that I probably wouldn't plant anything or grow anything different than I already would, because so much of my practice is deeply rooted in kind of local law and in like the British Isles, that I think it would feel disingenuous if I were to start working with things that were so far afield. Like, I just don't think it would work in my practice. Oh, well, I didn't do a very good job at that, did I? There's obviously things that I think would be really cool. So like, it would be cool to grow like mandrake and like all of these things. I also, though, know what I'm like as a person. And I know that I am very, oh my God, what if I touched that thing and then I ate something and I might die now? I'm very that overly cautious kind of a person. So I think I'm just gonna stick with the things that I'm used to. The things that I'm used to growing. Because like, yeah, I'm bad with that kind of stuff. I'm just getting into gardening as well, so I think sticking with like plants that I recognize really easily might be the way to go. Oh, it jumped. No! Where am I? Oh no. Okay, at least I haven't lost any. That's fine. I just need to figure out where I was now. Okay, I think I'm about here. Yeah, I've seen Magicians on your recommendation and I loved it. Do you have any more suggestions on TV shows? So there's a few that I think are really underrated. So one of them is is it called The Librarians? That was a really good show. It didn't go on for very long, but it was really, really good. The other one is sort of witchy related, I suppose, in a way. But I will be honest with everyone, it will probably piss you off because they cancelled it really, really quickly. And that is Constantine. I know that I've mentioned it before because me and Phil have got a love affair with Constantine. It is such a good TV show. They only kept it running for like 12 episodes maybe, if that. But it was so good. It's like Supernatural, but better. I know that some people are gonna really dislike me for saying that, but it's like it's like Supernatural but better. I give up. I can't put the clip in whilst I'm talking, even though it's so freaking cute. Librarians is really good. Constantine is really, really good. If you like the kind of layout and format of Supernatural, and also of like the first couple of seasons of Grimm, you'd probably really love Lost Girl. That show is absolutely incredible. It's one of my favorite shows of all time. That's just amazing. And if you like more high fantasy in a way, try finding Legend of the Seeker. It's so hard to find. I think the only versions of it's an Australian TV show. It's only ran for 2 seasons. It's phenomenal, and like it's that's probably my favorite TV show ever. It's very like Lord of the Rings meets Eragon, maybe. It's that kind of a vibe where you've got like a main lead who doesn't realize he's super powerful, and then he turns out he's incredibly powerful. Legend of the Seeker is so good. I can't find it though here. Like you can only find it as like a Region 4 DVD, which means I can't play it anywhere. But yeah, they're just incredible. I love Lost Girl. I cosplayed Kenzie. Yeah, when I was in uni, I think that was when I like developed my like style, and I watched Lost Girl, and I ended up with a style that was half Kenzie, half Bo, and I've still kind of stuck to it to this day. The style in that is like impeccable. Have you ever seen the show Merlin? Of course, it was a BBC TV show. Like, I think everyone in the UK was basically force-fed Merlin, and it is incredible. Also, the last episode features Glastonbury Tour, which I always love. But yeah, I absolutely love Merlin. I've not seen it in a very, very long time, but it was incredible. So good. I have Region 2. German case, but the show is in English. Okay, I think I might need to try and find Legend of the Seeker. Watch it be terrible now that like I'm watching it again like 15 years later, and it's absolutely awful. But yeah, I've not really watched that many decent shows recently. Actually, scrap that. I just found out that Legacies is on Prime. Legacies being the second spin-off of the Vampire Diaries. I've never seen it before. You know what? It's actually pretty decent, though I do think it breaks some of the lore from the rest of the show, which kind of annoys me. Like, I already found season 8 of the Vampire Diaries annoying because they kind of broke their own lore. Legacies kind of takes that concept and just runs with it. And I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it. Like, I like the show in theory, but the fact that they basically just butchered the lore is something that I'm not convinced on. I'm not sure I did a very good job at this. Hair is not my thing. I've never been very good at doing it. This is my bodged attempt because my hair being in my face drives me insane. Oh, thank you so much, Joe. You might like Alchemy, an introduction to the symbolism and psychology by Marie-Louise von Franz. Oh, okay, I'm saving that for later. Yes. Yeah, I need to end up. Oh, it's got a cool cover. It's green with like would that count as an Ouroboros? No, I don't think it does because it's got legs. Anyway, that's a really cool book. Okay, I'm going to look into that one later. That sounds amazing. Thank you so much. And then also thank you so much to LV. Thank you so much. Yeah, I like this. Merlin was so gay. I remember there's so many ships of Merlin and Arthur together. And you know what? I'm here for it. I can see that. Like, I think that's a better ship than Arthur and Guinevere. Personally, no shade to Guinevere, she was lovely, but there's just something about the chemistry of Arthur and Merlin. It's there. To be fair though, I do love Morgana. She was always my favourite. I love Morgana. Anyone seen the Mayfair Witches? You know what, that's actually one that I haven't seen, and I probably need to. Legacies made me vomit. I really despise what they did with the lore, but I thought Landon's actor was so cute. Yeah, I think that the show itself, like the concept of the show, was fine, right? It's fine, minus the fact that they're like, oh, Caroline is away doing research. And it's like, is Caroline away doing research, or did they not want to pay Candace Acola? Did they just not want to pay the actress? Or did the actress just go, you know what, I actually don't want to be a part of this anymore because the script is shit and you've butchered it? They've we knew what was meant to be in the world of the Vampire Diaries, and then they went, you know what, let's add every single creature that has ever existed ever. And I'm not sure how I feel about it. Yeah, it's one of them. It's strange. Yes, that's the thing. Legacies would have been an incredible show if it was separate. Also, why are they not using Hope to the fullest of her abilities? They're like, oh, she's the tribrid, but she barely does anything. She's meant to be the main character, and yet she's barely involved. Anyway, rant over. Rant over. I need to get back to the questions because I could get sucked into this all day. Can you share your experiences with the Fae in general? I've heard weird things and warnings, but feel really intrigued by the Fae. Are any easy Fae beings you would suggest I start working with? So I think the significant thing to say here is that there are no easy Fae. And that's because it's more like interacting with people. So if you are walking up to a person that you have never met before, you've never spoken to them, you don't know anything about them, you could walk up to someone, and maybe this is a very English thing, because this is what English towns and cities are like. You might walk up to someone and say, hi mate, and they'll go, what do you want? Huh? What do you want? Get out of here. And I'm like, whoa, I literally just said hi to you. And then you might go up to someone else and they'll be like, hi, how are you? I've never met you before, but I'm going to give you a hug. And like, the Fae are very, very similar. You might go up to a Fae, or you might start working with a Fae, and they might be like, huh, I'm gonna scare the shit out of you. I'm gonna be horrible to you. And then you might go up to another one and they'll be like sweet as candy and like, oh, so cute. And so it's one of those where there's no types of Fae that I would necessarily recommend. However, if you were to go for some over others, I would recommend Household Fae, while they are finicky, are perhaps easier to access, and when they're nice, they're often nicer. Like Fae that you find in meadows and by streams are often more friendly than Fae that you find by the ocean and in forests. And now that isn't necessarily to say that that is like a definitive guide here. This is just my experience. I find that Fae in the forests tend to be a little bit rougher around the edges. They tend to be a little bit more abrasive. That doesn't apply to all, but they are perhaps a little bit set back from humans, a little bit more defensive. And Fae by the ocean tend to be very abrasive and take a little bit longer to kind of warm up to. Whereas meadow Fae, spring Fae, like springs, like water springs, tend to be cautious, very nervous, but perhaps a little bit more receptive than other Fae might be, in my experience. I would say, though, with all Fae, it's about going into any potential encounter with an open mind, without having too much preconceived notions, and generally being very polite and very courteous. It's not about brown nosing, it's not about arse licking, or arse kissing, I suppose, depending on how intimate you want to be. It's more about saying, I don't know how you are going to respond, so I am going to be very respectful and very courteous, just in case you don't want to be approached. So, yeah, self-doubt is real in this, and especially the fear-mongering can make it really difficult to know where to go and like how to get about, or how to go about starting with it. But yeah, meadows and parks tend to be pretty safe bets, especially if it's a place where people will go regularly. You often find that spaces that have less human interaction often have fae that are a little bit more standoffish, not out of distaste, but more out of concern. Whereas if you're in a space that has to deal with humans on a regular basis, you often don't have quite the same abrasiveness necessarily. I'd never thought I'd hear Heart say arse. Yeah, I tend to tone down my language for live streams, and it's worse in live streams than it is in normal videos, but it's a lot worse in real life. Not that this isn't real, but you know, like in my day-to-day life, I have a sailor's mouth very, very often, which I think tends to take people by surprise, perhaps. Can fae live in a doll's house? This one doesn't have a simple answer. So I think it's really important for me to just start off by saying that fae are not small. They can be small, but they don't necessarily need to be small. A lot of fae are really, really big. Some people describe them as being 7, 10 feet, 12 feet tall. Some fae are even giant in their sizing. So fae are not necessarily small creatures, though some varieties can be. And some species of fae may well choose to reside in things like fairy houses, doll houses, things like that. But it's very much a choice. So some individuals may choose to enter into that kind of environment, while others will very, very purposefully avoid it. How do you see them? A lot of the time, fae will reveal themselves to you. Some people have what is known as the fairy sight or fairy vision, and sometimes they're born with this, sometimes it's something that they are granted by the fair folk, sometimes it's something that they develop. I find a lot of the time, if I catch a fae unawares, I will be able to see them. But the moment they recognize that I'm able to see them, I can't see them anymore. Like, they very purposefully try to not be seen unless they choose to be seen. So you often find that if you catch them by surprise, you'll see them. And this comes back to the story of the shoemaker and the elves, for instance, where I know I talk about this on almost every stream in different aspects of the story, but shoemaker is struggling to make the shoes that he needs to make. The elves or brownies come in and help assist in making those shoes. But once the shoemaker acknowledges the elves' existence, they no longer come back to the shoemaker's home anymore. And so it's that, like, the minute that they are aware that you are observing them, they will vanish entirely from view, or maybe entirely, I'm not sure. But yeah, sometimes you can build it up by doing your kind of psychic work to build up your energy sensing, and then you can eventually kind of build it up to see them, and sometimes they'll just let you see them. Right, where am I? I am... Oh, okay, here we go. I live in the Appalachian Mountains and there's a lot of misinformation being spread. Do you have suggestions on how to find reputable sources about elementals when there's so much bad to sort through? So, this one is kind of a multiple layered answer, I suppose. In that, when it comes to finding reputable sources of information, it's about finding lots of sources of information. So it is about going through lots of different books, lots of different websites, lots of different people, finding the similarities and the threads that link different pieces of information together so that you can find root information that is found in loads of different sources and which information is being added as individual practice of certain people. And then you can filter through the information that way. And some authors are going to be more reputable, and you can typically tell based off the reviews, and over time you'll notice that there are things and bits of wording and bits of information that you'll find in books where you go, oh, not reputable, okay, close book, I'm done, next one. And that takes time to kind of get to know that. Like, for me, one of the big signs in a book that means I'm not going to like this book, and that doesn't mean that the book itself is bad, it just means that I'm not going to like it, is when they start the book and they're like, and one of the rules of witchcraft is the rule of 3, and I'm like, no, it isn't. Closed. Do you really think people 500 years ago were using the rule of 3 that wasn't invented until like 1960? Like, no. Like, and it's those kind of things that make me go, I know I'm not going to like this, because there is no line drawn between adaptations on traditions and old traditions. And that's not to say that the rule of 3 is necessarily a bad concept to follow, and it's not to say that the rule of 3 is not valid in many people's practice. It's just that if someone is saying that the rule of 3 is thousands of years old, I know for a fact that that is not a book that I'm going to want to read, because practice that has been adapted into the modern world and practice that is ancient are not the same thing. And you have to be able to discern the two. And so as time goes on, when I'm reading so many books, I will notice things again and again and again where I go, okay, I know that the last time this was found in a book, I didn't like it. I'll still give it a read, but I'm going to be cautious. And then you'll know over time whether or not that's something that you can see as being like a marker in a book that shows that you don't really like it. The other thing to take into consideration is that elementals, as in, I'm trying to, the reason that this is like lighting up so bright is because I'm trying to find the exact guy who did it. Here we go. I think it was Paracelsus. So elementals, as we know them today, are, modern adaptation isn't the wording that I'm after, but they are not this grand ancient thing that has been remained unchanged for centuries. You know what I mean? Like from what I can see here, that primarily the information on the elementals comes from the work of Paracelsus in his book on nymphs, sylphs, pygmies, and salamanders, and on the other spirits. And this was first printed in 1566 after his death took place. And it's the first book where we have the names of Undine, Sylph, Gnome, and Vulcans instead of salamanders. Essentially the names got kind of merged together. And that has then kind of been taken and adapted further. But then the question comes into play here. Are these spirits present everywhere, or were they just present where Paracelsus was? Do they exist in all regions, or is it a regional thing that then has been adapted out? Is it different spirits by different names in different regions, much like we see with the fair folk, or is it individual spirits that are very, very dedicated to those individual locations? And I think that's where it becomes tricky, because a little bit like how people often say that the fair folk only exist in the British Isles, and I'm very quick to say, well, just because we call them the fair folk doesn't mean that other cultures don't have different names for the same spirit. I think the same can apply in this situation. So especially in somewhere like the Appalachian Mountains, where there is so much lore and history and it's very folk-based, it's so difficult to discern what is not legitimate information, but what is core information and what is personal or family-based tradition that is being shared as fact for everyone. And I think that's the bit that's going to be the most tricky. And unfortunately, that's the kind of stuff that only comes from trial and error, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, seeing what aligns with other things, going off your own personal experience, because a lot of it will be very folk-based information that might not apply to everyone. It might just apply to one region and one location. I hate that song too. If there's one, tangent, it's Toto Africa by Toto. If there's one song in this world where I go, I never want to hear that song ever again, it is Africa by Toto. I hate that song. I don't understand why I have such a visceral reaction to it, and yet everyone in my life points it out. They're like, you just hummed Africa. I'm like, no, I didn't. They're like, yeah, you did. For someone who viscerally hates a song, it's stuck in your head all of the time. Maybe that's why I don't like it. Maybe I don't like it because it's on a permanent loop inside your brain. Well, my brain. I'm meditating more and my hands start tingling more and more, sometimes painfully so, like Pikachu hands. I love that wording. What is that? So I think the first thing, as always, that I'm going to have to say, the annoying aunt is back again, I know I'm back, is how are you sitting or existing whilst you are doing your meditations? Because this, more than anything, sounds like it's probably a postural thing. And especially when it comes to meditation, if you are losing track of time, then you might find that you've been in a particular position for a lot longer than you think you've been, which may well cause a drop in circulation, which is going to cause this pin-pricky, electric-y feeling. So I think that's probably the first thing to think of, is maybe try meditating in a different position and see if that stops it. If it doesn't, then it could be worth considering maybe holding different objects, because if it's energy that you're feeling, then that energy is going to shift if it's reacting to other things. So if you hold like a crystal or a herb or something while you're doing your meditation, you might find that the energy starts feeling different, and then it could be something to look into in regard to how you feel energy. Oh, thank you so much, Manny. Thank you so much. So, where am I? I'm lost again. I'm lost. What is the best crystal I can use to keep away all negativity? None of them, because in my experience, I don't think there's any way of keeping away all of anything. There's definitely stones that are going to be particularly useful. So my favorites would be obsidian, smoky quartz, and very specifically black tourmaline, though this does behave differently to the others. So I find that obsidian and smoky quartz really push things away, whereas black tourmaline absorbs things. So you're going to want to be cleansing it regularly to keep it free of unwanted energies. But it's not something that I would say you're going to be able to keep away all negativity with, but it can go a long way to assist. Does energy affect dreams? Yeah, definitely. High energy spaces have a tendency to cause nightmares, to cause even things like, and it's not even just that the energy magically will do it, but uncomfortable energetic situations can often cause, what is it called? Sleep paralysis. That's it. And then they often might cause, high energy spaces can have more spirit encounters, because that energy is something that they can then use to manifest physically and be able to influence you. So there's a lot of reasons why these kind of things can influence, but mostly it is, especially when it comes to spirits, high energy spaces are a fuel for spirits, and so it's easier for spirits to come through and to interact negatively. Are baneful wards necessary? Baneful wards as in wards to protect against baneful magic? In which case, no, perhaps not. You don't need wards up all of the time if you don't feel the need to have them, but they can be useful to have as a just in case. Is there a simple way to reverse a spell? I have an entire video on undoing spells, which might be useful. Simple answer, no. It's going to depend on the kind of workings that have been carried out, and that's going to change how you're going to want to deal with it. Okay. Where am I? If a medium only works with those who've crossed over, what would someone be considered if they're capable of working with other spirits and other kin along with those who've passed? So they might consider themselves a medium. When I say spirits, though, in terms of mediums, I mean that if you are psychic, you might not work with spirits at all, whereas mediums will typically always work with spirits. So you might consider yourself a medium if you are an intermediary between humans and spirits. You might also just consider yourself a psychic. Different people are going to use different terms that they feel more comfortable with, and they can also change over time. So you might find that your practice starts with referring to yourself as a medium, and then over time you think, actually, that doesn't really describe my practice to the fullest. I think I'm going to switch it up and I'm going to go with psychic instead. I'd like to know what I can do to interact a planet that is placed in a way in my birth chart that blocks or causes issues in some aspects of my life. So this would be about doing workings that are going to balance everything out. So you can't necessarily fix it. It's not necessarily something that needs to be fixed. Sometimes it's about lessons that can be learned, but it can be about, say, for instance, you have problems with communication in your life. It could be worth doing communication workings to help balance it out. It's not necessarily about overriding it. It's about balancing out the negatives that come from it. So if you have particular problems with finances and you can see that there's a problem in your natal chart, then it could be worth doing a working to help balance out the issues that you've got and dealing with it that way. What have I got here? My husband and I, both pagan, do not have great health, and I wonder if the heavy negativity in our home is caused by us and our struggles, or the spirits that are here. They don't feel hateful thoughts. Well, it depends. Was your space feeling that way prior to everything? I mean, the easy way of resolving this would be to ask, I suppose. If you are able to do any kind of readings and connect with them that way, it could be worth asking how they feel. It could also be worth doing a cleansing if you want to let them know beforehand, because if you are clearing away that energy, it might be easier to then figure out where the source of it is. It's a lot harder. I suppose the example that I would give is it's a lot harder to figure out where the water is coming from if it's always raining. Whereas if it's only just started raining, you can see where the wet patches are, and then you can figure out what to do about it. I don't know if that's a great analogy, but if everywhere's already full of water, it's really hard to know where the water is coming from. Whereas if everything is starting out dry, it's a lot easier to figure out the source. So if you can kind of start with a clean slate, even if that clean slate doesn't last for very long, it might be easier to figure out where that energy is coming from, whether it is coming from situations that you are dealing with, or whether it is coming from other places in your home that you could work with and improve on, that maybe you can't do in other situations. I hope that makes sense. I'm not sure if it does, but I hope it makes sense. Okay. I'm trying to figure out where I was. Any recent book reads? What am I currently reading? In general, I'm working my way through A Court of Thorns and Roses again. and this time as an audiobook so that I can try and get through A Court of Silver Flames, because I couldn't sit through that when it was in a book form. So I'm going to try it in an audiobook form because I can listen to it in 2 times speed. And then for general reading, like for like occult reading, I've got a couple on the go. So one of them is actually this one, which I had to dig out from upstairs earlier. The Gnome Grimoire by Wilma Tall. I'm currently reading. You can see my little... What even is this? I use the most random things as bookmarks. Like, what even is this? This is a packet, a piece of an allergy tablet packet. Because obviously that makes total sense. So I'm currently reading that, as well as Fairies by Orion, Plain and Simple. It's the one that I am looking through at the minute of all of the fairy magic books that I've got. And actually, that reminds me, if anyone has any recommendations or any fairy magic books that they would like me to read over and give you my opinions on, do let me know. I need to find a way of doing it. Maybe I should make a community tab post. While I'm thinking about it, I might actually do that. Let's have a look. Okay, I'm going to do it as a community tab post, and if anyone has any recommendations, that can be where they go, and I'm going to try and add them to my list. Do you have any recommendations for fairy, witchcraft / magic books you recommend or would like me to look into? ? Okay, post. Because that's one place, because I just know what's going to happen is if I do it in the chat, I'm going to lose them instantly. So that's on the community tab. If you have any recommendations or anything you would like, let me know, and I can add it to the list of things that I am currently reading. Okay, where am I? Would you consider doing readings on a live stream, either paid or not? I watch lives from the creator, Madam Adam. Oh, I love Madam Adam. I absolutely love them. And thought how it would be amazing if you did readings like that. I absolutely love Madam Adam's readings. So good, so brutal, so to the point, so exactly what I need to hear, but everything that I don't want someone to say. Really useful. I don't know if I would. It's not something I've ever really thought about, I suppose. I mean, maybe I would do kind of a live stream of showing like technique and stuff, and any readings that come out of that, then that's something I guess that I can do. Oh no, it's not something I've ever looked into. How oh god, where am I? That's one I've already answered. I've lost where I am. Oh, I'm sure some of these I've already done. I feel like the Q&A is kind of just like shuffled everything. Do you have a mailing address that we can send things your way? I do. I just don't really talk about it that much. Mostly because I get weird things. Like really weird things. I know that I've been asked like recently for it. So I'm gonna just put it here. Oh god, I can't type. Okay, I'm just gonna put it here because I have been asked before, and I think I probably will need to post it again at some point. But what was happening was I was getting weird things, and I mean like bodily fluids in envelopes, kind of weird things. And that kind of freaked me. And so I kind of stopped having that on my YouTube because I was like, oh, I don't want to have to use a hazmat suit to be able to open my post. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, ew. One, you're not even allowed to send that. How did you manage to send that? And two, what am I meant to do with this? So yeah, that kind of put me off a little bit. And like, I don't want anyone to ever feel like they need to send anything. I mean, mostly it was just so that if anyone wanted to send letters or whatnot, they can. But yeah, I've gotten some weird things, really weird things, which always makes me very nervous. Like, what if someone's like, oh no, you just never know what someone's gonna send. And like, yeah, that's the thing. It's I don't understand how they were able to do it, because it is like a really dangerous thing to do, to be sending it. And like, I understand the context of it. They want spells and rituals to be done, and here is the information that you would need to do it. But I don't offer spells and rituals. That's why I'm very careful to say I don't offer spells and rituals. I don't offer them via post. Definitely not. This is one of the reasons why I'm very, very strong on that, because I never want to have to deal with that. Yeah, so anyway, I will post it in here for anyone who has been asking, because I know that people have been. But otherwise, like, no one has to send anything, no one has to feel obligated to do so. It's mostly for the purpose of like the business. But yeah, Biohazard. Like, the first one that I got, I opened it completely unawares, and I opened it, no gloves, nothing, because I was not expecting anything, and there's like stuff on pieces of material, and I'm like, whoa, that's like, that's like mad to me. Like, that's bonkers. It's bonkers that people don't. I think that's the bit that scared me the most. I think it's the fact that there was no thought put into how that is going to be treated on the other side of it. You know, like, if the person opening the letter has no idea what is inside, that is so unbelievably dangerous. So yeah. Oh, I like, genuinely, guys, I have it for the business's sake. And then I had a few people were asking to like send like Christmas cards and stuff. And so that kind of is how it started. And then I've not shared it for a very, very long time for that exact reason. But I know I've had a few people recently be like, please, I can't find it anymore. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm scared. I'm scared. Like, yeah, it's if you think that the YouTube comment section is unhinged, I don't know what some people must get in the post. Like, it's something. Right, anyway, where was I? I was up here somewhere? Oh yeah, I feel like YouTube has definitely done a shuffle on these. Oh my god, it has as well. It's fully done a shuffle. Oh no. Oh no. What? I'm at the very bottom of the Q&A tab, and it's giving me the question about the garden that was posted at like 9:14. Oh no. Oh shit. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to like go through. Is it upside down? Is it upside? Wait, maybe it's just flipped it. Oh, I think it's flipped it. Interesting. YouTube, taking everyone by surprise all of the time. Yeah, because the ones at the top I do not recognize. Okay. That's fine. We can work with that. We can deal with that. Honestly, at this point, YouTube is like, it's doing its own thing. YouTube has gone rogue. And like, Yeah, sometimes I think about like copying the questions over and then I realize that that's going to take so much time to be able to do it. And then I would end up just never doing it. Have you ever used genealogy to pinpoint locations to focus your area of folk practice? How do you know when to connect to specific locations or regions, even with distant ancestors? So, okay. This is going to be a really unpopular opinion. So I'm going to preface this by saying this is largely based off folk magic that we see here in England, right? And in the British Isles in general. I always have a bit of a... I need to word this really carefully because I don't want people to take my words the wrong way. Here, a lot of the individual folk traditions are very much rooted in the land and in the spirits that reside exactly in that place. And so the problem that you've got is that if, for instance, someone lives in Texas and they want to connect with the folk practice of their ancestors in Devon, a lot of that practice is not going to be transferable. And I don't mean that to be a dick, and I don't mean that to be a gatekeeper. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's plenty of practice that can be transferred over, but you're going to have problems if you are wanting to do the same workings, say for instance, that are found in Gemma Gary's work, which is based off pre-existing traditions in the local area. You're going to have a problem because the spirits that you find in Texas are not the folk spirits and the land spirits that are found in Devon. And so you are never going to be able to have a practice that makes complete sense for the region that you are wanting to be focusing on. And that's not to say that I think people shouldn't be connected to their ancestry and their folk heritage or anything like that. It's just that we need to be bearing in mind that some of it isn't going to be able to cross over because you aren't in that location. So say, for instance, you might be able to bring herbs, you might be able to buy herbs in and buy flowers in and buy things in, but you aren't going to be able to work with the exact spirit. Say, let's take a place, let's say Torquay. Your ancestors lived in Torquay. Beautiful place, by the way. Lovely. But if you live in Alaska, you are not going to be able to connect with the spirit of place in Torquay. It's not going to work. You can do a lot of the workings and you can follow the folk customs and you can do all of that, but there are definitely certain aspects that are going to be left behind. Now, I think it's important to remember that the Fae and spirits of place are not the same thing. So many Fae will cross over between different regions and different places. They might have different names, but for instance, a figure that is very, very prevalent in Gemma Gary's work is the Buka. The Buka is a regional spirit. And so if you're trying to take Gemma Gary's work and transfer it into a completely different place, then that's going to be really tricky because the Buka doesn't live in Minnesota. The Buka lives in Cornwall and Devon. And it's that's really hard to cross over. I personally don't need to look at genealogy because my family's really, really boring. And we were also really, really poor. And so historically, my family has basically they didn't do much. They didn't go anywhere and they didn't see anything. And they didn't do anything. they worked for other people in like houses and down the mines and things like that. And that was about it. But I think it can be incredibly useful to figure out the places that you want to research the stories of and research the folk history and the mythology and the folk practices. And I think it can be a really fascinating way of doing it, of saying, you know, I really, especially if you are in a place, I mean, America is very prevalent for this. America has lots of people from lots of different places. And so a lot of people don't necessarily know exactly where they're from, and they feel very lost and like they're floating in spirituality because they don't feel really rooted anywhere. So I think it can be a really useful way of going, okay, well, I'm going to look up the traditions in different areas. And say, for instance, they know that they had family that was from England, and it's like, okay, well, if I know that it was from, say, Essex, then I can look into folk practices of Essex. And while I can't apply all of it into my own practice, there's probably things that I can work with to try to root that practice into something that they feel to be authentic. Is maybe the wrong word, but I feel like that's almost another layer on top of it. I have met a lot of people who feel like their practice isn't authentic because it isn't based off something old. And I just want to be the voice in the dark to be like, your practice is still valid, even if it isn't based off something ancient. It doesn't have to be hundreds of years old. You don't have to be like the seventh son of the seventh son. You don't need to be following like this super ancient tradition for your magic to be valid. Like, it is, if it is successful, it is valid. If it is fulfilling to you, it is valid. I think there's a lot of chasing of validity through history that I think can sometimes be detrimental to magical practice. And yeah, you have this problem here of in Australia, it's hard towing the line between connection to Aboriginal traditions of the land but not being disrespectful or appropriating the culture. And yeah, that I can't even really imagine what that must be like, trying to tread that line. And it's got to be very difficult. And I can imagine the same applies with anyone living on native land in North America and Canada. Like, that's got to be really tricky to, and it's why I don't personally understand on like an individual level, but I can understand how it must feel very disconcerting, because like you almost can't super deeply connect with the land because historically you weren't from that place, but also it's not really authentic for you to be taking and copying and pasting a practice from a region that you don't live, because you've never maybe set foot in Essex, and so you don't really know anything about the place other than the fact that you came from there hundreds of years ago. Like, it's a very tricky situation to be in. So I think it's about maybe not overwhelming your practice with the desire for validity through history, but also maybe forming your own style of practice that draws from your ancestry where you can, and trying to find a way of making that work. Because like it probably is going to be really difficult using, say, exactly the same plants that we have in England if you live in Arizona. Like, that's never going to work unless you were to ship them all in. But then you've got the problem of, oh, well, if I ship them in, then like the amount of air time that's had to have is really damaging to the environment. And maybe I don't want to do that because I don't want to damage the natural world for my own magical practice. And then it's about forming this like union of tradition where you are taking maybe folk practices that you're finding in books of a certain region, say for instance Devon as an example, and you're going, okay, well, I can't access this herb and this herb and this herb and this herb, but what purpose are they serving in this working? Can I find herbs that I can grow myself in my region? And then finding a way of blending it into what I can do here, and you end up forming your own style of practice. And it's why I typically, if for traditional witchcraft, recommend Besom, Stang and Sword as a book, because that was written, and it's the traditions of an American traditional witchcraft coven, and it's a way of kind of seeing how that can play out in a different environment. And the techniques might not be for everyone in that book, but it is just a way of like adapting those traditions into a different landscape that might be useful to anyone who wants to do that themselves. So yeah, it's one of those topics where if you say it wrong, people will say that you are gatekeeping. But it's never about gatekeeping. It's more about being realistic in terms of what you are able to transfer over, if that makes sense. And I never want it to come across the wrong way, because I don't ever want to be that person. Like, I feel like, you know, it's understanding should be available to everyone. It's just not always possible to transfer everything over. Ba-do-bum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Right, I am scrolling the wrong way because I forgot that it's upside down. Oh dear. I'm somewhere over here? Maybe? I actually don't know. Oh my goodness, this is like so far left field that I'm actually like stunned by this. Someone told me that intention has no place in witchcraft. Bullshit. And if you're not following traditional ritual ingredients, then you're not a witch. Bullshit. And whoever said that to you shouldn't be saying that to anyone. So here's the thing, right? So you're doing a spell. What are you doing it for? I'll wait. That's fine. I'll wait. If you've said love or money or protection or health or good luck, then that's intention. What are you meant to do if you don't have a goal? And I know that I my tone can sometimes make me sound more pissed than I am. I'm not pissed. I'm more just exasperated because it's like, what are you doing it for? Because if you don't know what you're doing it for, congratulations, you don't have intention, but also you've got nothing to aim towards. Like, if you want to get a better job, then that is your intention. If you want to protect your space from unwanted energy, that is intention. If you don't have intention, that means you don't have a goal. You have nothing that you are aiming towards. So you're wasting your time doing a spell because what are you aiming towards? Like, a spell, a ritual, a magical craft has to have a goal. It's the thing that you are aiming towards. It's the thing that you want to manifest. If you have no intention, you are not actually doing or working for anything. You are raising energy to do nothing with it, and then it's just dissipating again. And that's why people say intention is everything. Now, of course, if you don't do things to help raise that energy, then that intention is meaningless. But also, you can raise all the energy in the world, but if you've got no intention for it to aim towards, what was the point? You've just kind of wasted all of that time. And then also to say that if you don't have a set tradition, then you aren't a real witch is honestly just the most bullshit answer I've ever given. It is the most, and excuse my French here, it is the most up your own arse, high horse, arrogant piece of shit thing I think I've ever heard. And this kind of behavior pisses me off massively. Apologies for anyone who wasn't expecting that language to come out of my mouth. But it's the, oh, I'm the great granddaughter of the women who were burned to death in Salem. And it's like, no, you're not. Like, no, you're not. Oh, I'm a 15 generation hereditary witch. Are you sure? How do you know that? Oh, I'm the 7th son of the 7th son. Okay, well, that doesn't make you better than anyone else. If you are initiated into a formal tradition, fantastic. Like, that is absolutely incredible. Good for you. But not everyone has access to that. Not everyone has the ability to be initiated into an Alexandrian coven or a Gardenian coven. Not everyone has access to a font of knowledge. Not everyone has the money to be able to do it. Not everyone has the desire to do it. And then for someone to turn around and say that your practice shouldn't exist or that you aren't a real witch because you're not following my tradition, fuck off. Like, what is happening? This, it drives me up the wall because it's like if your practice, like witchcraft is, at its very, very core, a results-based practice. If something works for you, then it works, and that's all that matters. Like, it doesn't matter if your tradition or your spell isn't 500 years old, because none of our spells are 500 years old. Or at the very least, if they're old, they're usually not unchanged, right? So, like, I know I bring it up all of the time, but we see it in, like, folk witchcraft, where we'll find charms that have been addressed to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And it's like, I'm pretty certain that 700, 800 years ago, That wasn't the wording that was being used, but the wording has adapted to suit the requirements and the belief systems of the people at the time. And witchcraft still does that. Witchcraft is still constantly adapting and changing. Not everyone has access to complex traditions or long lineages of magical practice. And I will never understand people who say, oh, well, your practice isn't valid because it isn't formally initiated. It isn't my tradition. It drives me bonkers, because realistically, if you want to look into witchcraft history, then do it. Then actually do it, because you'd see that the majority of folk magic was not passed down through ancient lineages. It was just a couple who lived in a cottage who were just doing work for the local people. And when they got a little bit older, they brought in an apprentice and taught them. And like, it wasn't like this like long, unchanged lineage of people. It was just people. It was just everyday, bog standard people who just had a particular affinity for something, and they helped the local community. And sure, they got a little bit of money on the side for doing it, but they had their own careers, they had their own things. They weren't like in Hogwarts, like teaching other witches and wizards about the proficiency of magic. They were just in their houses, like giving people charms and things that worked, and like, here is a tooth of a dead man wrapped in the skin of a mole, like this will help your toothache. And like I want to emphasize here in that I'm not annoyed at the person mentioning any of this. I just get frustrated by this exact kind of person, and I've met them in real life, and oh, the sheer amount of tongue biting that I have to do to not say something to them. Of just, oh, because you do meet them in real life occasionally. They'll come up to the stall and they'll be like, oh, witchcraft items. I'm like, yeah, witchcraft items. And they're like, I don't practice myself, but my mother is the great granddaughter of this person. And I'm like, okay, and they're like, turn their nose up at you, and it's like, I'm confused here. Like, who is there like a witch council that gives people authority, or have you just taken it upon yourself to be a dick today? Because if that's the answer, then could you like kindly be a dick in front of someone else, please? But I don't say that to them. I just sit there and I'm like, yeah, okay, cool, great. Anything else? No? Okay, that's fine. You just have to bite your tongue and just pretend that you're fine. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, you know what? That's actually massively what it feels like. It feels like pick me. I don't know if anyone has seen like the thing that's going around about like pick me people, where they'll like put down everyone around them to make themselves feel better. That's kind of exactly what this feels like. It feels very much like some people are so self-conscious in their own practice that they have to place mass amounts of validity on things that make it seem historic or fated or ancient. You know what I mean? Like, they'll be like, oh, you know, I was born with a caul. Is that how you pronounce that word, caul, over my head? And that's why I'm a witch. And it's like, sure, Susan, or you picked up a book when you were 12 and you liked it and you kept doing it. There's no shame in that. You don't have to pretend to be special. Like, sometimes you just... See, I've never known it to be just about women, the pick me thing. For me, I've always seen it as just being like a particular person. You know, it's that guy in the office that's like always agreeing with the most powerful person in there because they want to seem likable, and so they want to get a promotion, so they're a pick me. You know, to me it applies to everyone. I'm not intending to use it in like a derogatory way towards a particular gender or anything. It's just that attitude of like, I got into witchcraft because I'm the granddaughter of the witches they couldn't burn. Instead of, no, you went into Urban Outfitters aged 12 and you found a witchcraft book and you liked it. Like, that there is legitimately nothing wrong with that being your entry into witchcraft. Like, there is no shame of being the first person in your family to practice witchcraft. There's no shame that it came from a little tiny book that you found in Hot Topic. Like, if your practice into witchcraft is successful for you, that's all that matters. You don't need the hereditary seventh son of a seventh son. Like, sorry, I've gone on like a proper full-on rant about this. But yeah, I feel so sorry that you had to deal with this person saying this. And I really hope that this wasn't in person, because I would have had a really hard time biting my tongue and not saying something. Okay, how would you use an out-of-date almanac? So, do I have any in here? No, they're on my other bookcase, and I know they're on my other bookcase because I just organised them. It's one of those where you're not going to be able to use it word for word. So say, for instance, as an example, the Llewellyn Spell a Day Almanac. Really, really good. I had one last year. Phenomenal. But once that date has passed, and say it is now the 15th of April, and it's been a year, the astrological data is not going to be the same. So you're not going to be able to use things exactly as they were before. So some things are going to be really, really obvious. So say, for instance, it is, I'm just going to pick a date out of thin air. I know that this event did not happen on this date, but I'm just going to pick it. It's the 7th of April, 2014 or something, and you've got an almanac, and it says blue moon spell. And obviously the 7th of April in 2024, it's not going to be a blue moon. And so that working is obviously not going to apply. But there are lots of others where it might not be super obvious. So a lot of them will have like an incense of the day, and they'll have like a colour of the day, for instance. And it's worth just doing a little bit of a research on whether that incense is associated with the astrological placement of that day. So say, for instance, it's saying yellow, like the colour of the day is yellow, and it turns out that it's because Mercury was in retrograde that day, and so they've chosen the colour yellow for that reason. So it's worth looking into how they work things out. So you might find that the colour and the fragrance doesn't apply for that day, but the working may well align with the general time frame. So it's going to be about figuring out the energies and how they work for you. So you're not going to get the nuances. So for instance, you're not going to get like Mercury goes into retrograde at 2:25 a.m. on this date, but the energy of that day might still apply. So you can use them that way. It's a little bit more flexible. It's not as rigid as if you were to be using it on the year that it was, but it's where am I going with this? My brain just went kaputski completely. But you can do it as like a general framework. So say, for instance, it gave you a spell for prosperity to carry out on a Sunday. So Sunday the 12th of June or something. Well, that's still really useful there, because you can use the upcoming energy of the summer solstice. That's really good for prosperity workings. Sunday is also really good for financial type of workings, because it's reigned over by the sun, so it's really good for gold and money situations. So even if the rest of the planetary timings don't work, that working in itself can still be applied, and not just on that Sunday, but really any Sunday around that point in time. I don't know if that helps, but it's going to depend on the almanac that you're using as well. I'm only used to using the Llewellyn almanacs, and so that's kind of the format that they typically use. So where was I? So we have to use planets, dates, and times for spells to work? No, of course not. It's just that's what almanacs are. Like, an almanac is usually it's 365 days where it tells you the times for planetary bodies in certain regions. It'll tell you sunrise, sunset, it'll tell you the moon phase. It'll often give you a working for that particular day that's going to be aligning with the times and the dates and the planets. But that's just an almanac. Like, the majority of people don't use almanacs, but they're useful if you do want to incorporate other layers onto your spells. So say like all spells are layered. So at the very core of that spell, you have your intention. You've got the thing you want to manifest. And then on top of that, you have the energy that you are contributing to that working. On top of that, you might have the candles that you're using. On top of that, you might have the oil that you're dressing that candle in. On top of that, you've then got the herbs that are being included in that working, any spirits or deities that are being included, the time of the day, the colours that you're using, the particular moon phase. Like, you're layering that working up. And at its core, you can strip all of your workings down to being your intention and your energy. That is fundamentally all you need for that working to be successful. But a lot of the other things can help bolster that energy, so they can help draw energy in from other sources. So it might be the crystals that you're working with, the herbs that you're working with, the particular time of day that you're working with. Maybe your working is best suited on a new moon instead of a full moon. And so these energies help to kind of add to that working to make it perhaps more potent. Maybe they will help you focus more on the intended outcome, so it's going to manifest a little bit better. But there's no set rules as to what you need to use and what you don't, unless you are following like a very, very set tradition that requires these things. So say, for instance, you are part of a very specific Wiccan tradition that requires the use of a set god and a set goddess in every single ritual, in which case then you would call on that god and goddess in every single ritual. Whereas if you aren't part of that set tradition, you might want to call on one deity that you work with regularly on one occasion. You might want to call on a servitor in a separate working that you're doing. You don't have any requirement to use the same things every single time. It's just almanacs can be really useful if someone does want to add those extra intentions on and maybe doesn't want to work it out themselves. These almanacs will have like big lists of like the full moons that year and the super moons and the blue moons, and they'll tell you like when the planets are going into retrograde, and like these factors aren't necessarily important to everyone, but they can be applied into varying forms of practice. So it's one of those where it's not a necessity under any circumstances. It's just something that, well, I mean, unless your religion specifically calls for it or your tradition. But if you are just eclectic and you don't have any set dedicated tradition, nothing is ever really required. Would you recommend to ground yourself before spells, spell bags, spell jars, etc.? Ooh, okay. So this is going, oh my goodness, it is as well. I just noticed it's already after midnight. Bloody hell, that went fast. It's officially Mabon, isn't it? Damn. Is it? Wait. My brain. When is the ore? I know that Mabon stretches over a much longer time frame. 22nd of September here anyway. So got a few more days, luckily for that. But yeah, I hope everyone has an amazing time. Anyway, what was I doing? I was spell jars, spell bags. Got it. So would you recommend grounding beforehand? I think it depends on how much energy you're going to be using. I don't think you necessarily need to be grounding before all workings, but if you are particularly low on energy that day, or you're just not feeling high energy at any point, then it could be worth doing it. If you are perhaps low on spoons that day, perhaps you're struggling a little bit, then that's a good time to do it. And just generally, if you're feeling like you just don't want to be using that much of your personal energy that day, then you can do that too. If you're feeling pretty okay though, I don't think you necessarily need to worry too much about it. And if you do find that after that working, you're feeling a little bit like you're floating off, you're just not feeling super grounded, then you can replenish that energy by doing that grounding after the fact, which actually could be a really good way of doing it if you aren't sure how much energy any of your workings are taking. It could be worth, for the first couple of times that you do it, maybe ground after you've done that working, because then you felt how much energy that you're using. You can tell how that energy loss is making you feel, and then you can make changes accordingly rather than assuming beforehand that you're going to need it, because then you never really know what it feels like when you've used too much of your energy. Okay. What do you do when all your spells fail, even after several cleansings? Take a step back and evaluate all of the workings that you've done, how you've done them, why you've done them, when you've done them, what were they for, and you're going to want to be going through all of the workings that you've done, seeing if you can find any similarities that are going on here. Are you finding that all of your workings are involving candle magic? In which case it may well be that candle magic just isn't working for you. Are you calling on a particular deity or a particular spirit in all of these workings? It might be that that spirit or that deity isn't wanting to work with you yet, or they have kind of called it on working with you. Are you using your energy effectively? If your energy isn't being released effectively or directed or raised effectively, then that working has no energy to feed itself off. And so you might be finding that the energy, it never really gets the working off the ground because there isn't enough of it. And in which case then it could be about going back to your foundational practices, redoing your energy training again to get yourself to that point where it's easier for you to be doing your workings on an energetic basis. If you're finding that a lot of your workings are done in the same place, it could be worth checking out the energy of that particular place. Is there something blocking you in that regard? You could do some readings, get a reading from someone else, do a reading yourself to try to figure out the cause of that blockage if you can't find anything else that's going on. So you might find that there's something in your life that is blocking it. It could be energetically, it could be something that's a spell, it could be spirit-based, it could simply be psychological in a way, of almost psyching yourself out because you expect a working to not work because none of the others have, and so therefore you end up psyching yourself out in the process. If all of your workings are directed towards a particular aspect of your life, then maybe the blockage is actually in that one aspect of your life instead of in you as a whole. And it could be worth doing an alternative technique to try to figure out a way around the issues that you might be having. There's honestly so many different options why it might occur. I'm hoping that maybe some of that could be useful. Hopefully. Fingers crossed that you can find the reason, like the root reason for it. Okay, I will add this to the list of TV shows that I recommend. Bewitched. I grew up on Bewitched. Oh my goodness, that was like my favorite TV show growing up. When was Bewitched out? I will be honest though, one of the main characters is replaced before the end, and I refused to watch it after the replacement of Dick York. But anyway, so it's a fairly old show. So it aired in 1964, and oh my goodness, it is incredible. If you haven't seen it, please do watch it. It's really, really good. Okay, where was I? And the reason I said that is because that's the theme song for Bewitched. I didn't just come out of nowhere. What are your thoughts on the Craft movie? My younger sister showed it to me and I really liked it. I actually have done an entire video on it, so I will get the link for that. And my thoughts on it are classically rather mixed. If I can get it up, videos. I haven't done a reaction to the newest one though, so I will Can I just save the link? Is that an option, YouTube? Yes. Thank you. Okay. I'll stick it in here. But this was, that was my video on it. Really, really, it's an interesting one. It's an unusual, this is a nice way of putting it. It's an unusual movie. It is a movie of two halves. One that I really liked and one that I really didn't. And yeah, you'll just have to see the video to see what I think of it. Right, let's see where I am. I'm in here somewhere. Would you ever work at a funeral home, or would that freak you out? I never want to, I don't think. It's not something I'd ever really want to do. I don't think it would necessarily... Okay, here's the thing, right? And this is the thing that I think people kind of struggle with. I wouldn't be concerned about working in a funeral home because of the ghosts. I, if anything, find the living scarier. And also I find the dead scarier. Not like ghosties, but like dealing with everything. It's not for me. It's not for me. I would rather deal with the spirits than the people any day. Like, so much easier to deal with. Do you have any advice for possible preparations someone should take before visiting a haunted place with an intensely violent and painful history like a prison or battlefield? Okay, so couple of things that I'm just going to throw out there. Do with them what ye will. One is, I think a lot of places have an unfair history, and I think a lot of it comes down to a misunderstanding of spirits. So say for instance a prison, a battlefield. Don't go into it preemptively expecting active hauntings. Because people will go into places and they almost instinctively psych themselves out because of it. Because realistically, a spirit that is not trapped to a location is not going to stick around on a battlefield, and they are not going to stick around in a prison. What you're probably more likely to get are replays or energetic echoes of history. And that's why people will still hear like the shaking of keys, the closing of cell doors, they'll hear like the screaming of inmates, they'll hear the screaming on a battlefield, the clashing of swords and weapons. It isn't necessarily that there's active spirits in that location. It's more that there are echoes of these traumatic events being played on repeat over time, and that's what you're picking up on. So I would say, if anything, maybe counterintuitive to some people, I would go in with the intention of protecting your own mental well-being rather than being worried about protection from spirits. Because what tends to happen when people have really, really horrible experiences at locations like this, it's usually, at least in the people I know, and I'm going to keep saying it, that like everything on my channel is my experience, is my understanding, this, that, and the other. It often comes from experiencing or witnessing something that's already happened. So it would be having a man screaming in your face as he's wielding a bloody axe is going to be really freaky for a lot of people, and it can leave some long-term scars emotionally, mentally on someone. And it isn't necessarily that that person was real. It's not that that person was a physical spirit. Physical spirit doesn't really work, does it? That doesn't make any sense. But it wasn't like an active spirit. Instead, it's more likely that you were simply in the location of someone who had that coming at them several hundred years in the past, and you just happened to be the one witnessing it this time around. It's really important to be making sure that you are mentally going to be okay. Because that's more important, in my eyes anyway, than protecting from spirits in these locations. And then on top of that, you would be having protections on yourself, like personal protections. Have a process that you undertake when you leave to get yourself back into a safe environment again. So a lot of people will say, and I agree with them, travel home a different way than you traveled to. Make sure that you don't always travel the same route if you go to the same place multiple times, because spirits are able to follow you home and they are more likely to follow a repeated path. So if you travel a different way, it can also give you a bit of time to decompress as well. I know that the question was technically about things to do beforehand, but I think the after is almost more important, especially at locations like this. It's making sure that you get home, take off everything that you were wearing while you were there, wash it, all of it. Have yourself a really nice shower. You can do some cleansing where you are imagining all of that black sticky sludge being sloughed off you down the drain. You can use like proper like bath cleansing materials if you want. Make yourself like a proper cleansing bath to kind of get yourself energetically out of that space and also to physically clean yourself of any of that energy. And then it's about taking some time. Don't just go straight to bed. Take some time to decompress, watch something very lighthearted, watch something that you enjoy, pet your pets, talk to your people. Make sure that you are well grounded after that space, because what a lot of people do is they will prepare for hauntings, like physical hauntings, and they will get really, really freaked out. They'll come straight home, they'll go straight to bed, and then it sticks with you. It lingers, even if the stuff that you experienced wasn't an active haunting, even if it was just like echoes, it does stick with you. And so taking that time to walk yourself down out of that space is really, really important. And that applies even if you have inadvertently ended up somewhere haunted. Don't just go straight home, get into bed, go to sleep. Make sure that you are like proper winding yourself down from that. And then before you go, you can have your protections on. Make sure that you, really my main advice is to make sure that you can wind yourself down afterwards. So like have everything in place in advance so that you can come down from that experience safely, whilst also wearing like protective jewelry, protective sigils and things like that to make sure that you are staying safe spiritually as well. Okay. Oh, I finished decorating my first Book of Shadows. What do I put in there? I get confused with a Book of Shadows versus a grimoire. So, this is one of those topics where now the terms are used interchangeably. They were not originally used interchangeably. So, a Book of Shadows is essentially a magical journal. It is where you are documenting the things that you are learning, the spells and rituals that you are carrying out, and it's kind of like an active working space that is for you. You will put your updates in of like the spells that worked, the things that you tweaked, the date that you did them on. You will put it all in, keep track of everything. It allows you to know what workings you did when, the readings that you did when, the kind of things that you're learning, all that kind of stuff. A grimoire is a more formalized book that is designed to be read by someone else. So for instance, this is a grimoire. It is a concise version of someone's practice or a historical practice that has been created for the purpose of being read by another person. So what you're probably wanting to write is a Book of Shadows, which is more of like a personal tracking of your own magical practice. And in it is whatever it is that you are learning, things that you want to remember, things that you think are really going to be important to you, the workings that you're carrying out, all that kind of stuff. Right, I tried the blackberry and apple crumble. It was so good. I'm so tempted to do another one. Crumble. Oh, I could go for a crumble right now. That sounds really bloody good. Oh, I say this knowing that it's 12:30 in the morning. It is like 26 minutes past 12 a.m. And I should not be wanting crumble right now, and yet. Crumble. Crumble. That sounds so good. I want crumble now. Oh, and now I want to watch Friday Night Dinner. Crumble. If no one's seen Friday Night Dinner, please watch it. It's a very, very British TV show, but it's so good. Okay, where was I? Werewolves or vampires? Which do you prefer? Vampires, 100%. Like, 100%. There is not a second of hesitation. Like, I always remember, like, the thing going around, like, school and stuff, where people are like, oh, what would you want to be if you had a superpower? Or, like, oh, would you want to be a vampire? I wouldn't want to live forever. Why? That sounds pretty cool to me. I get to read all of the books. I get to do all of the things. I get to play Harvest Moon for, like, 12 hours straight. Like, that sounds good to me. Maybe I've just seen too much Vampire Diaries. But, like, vampires any day. Right. What are your thoughts on granite? To me, it seems to have a really large capacity for an energy store, but was curious if you've ever investigated it. Okay. I've worked with granite before, and it is strange. And I don't know, maybe anyone else has worked with it, but the granite that I've worked with has quartz in it, right? So you can tell that it's really, really good at storing energy. But the granity bit of the granite almost doesn't want you to actually get your energy into it. This could just be the pieces that I used, but it felt like there was great capacity, but I just couldn't get past the extremities of it. It's the weirdest thing, and I almost feel like if you can figure out a way of working with it effectively, it would be incredible. But there's just something unusual about it, and maybe this is why not that many people seem to work with granite, or maybe it's because people don't think it's that pretty. I don't know. I think aesthetics definitely play a lot in how much people are willing to work with things. And yes, 1000%, Damon Salvatore is the reason I chose vampires. Well, Damon Salvatore or Elijah. I prefer Damon, but I will take Elijah, obviously. I'll be honest though. Let's be honest. Every vampire movie is pretty cool. Like, Underworld, yes, great series. Like, I'm fine with the majority of vampire stuff, but maybe that's because I watched a lot of Vampire Night growing up. I wouldn't necessarily recommend watching it today. It's very how do I best describe Vampire Night? If you didn't like the Mortal Instruments series because of the weird dynamic between Clary and Jace in, like, the earlier books, if you've seen it, if you've seen it or read it, then you know what I'm talking about. Then you're definitely not going to like Vampire Night. Young Dracula, yes, that was an iconic show. As was Mona the Vampire. Mona the Vampire was like a proper kids TV show. That was great. Loved that. Okay, I need to keep going on this, otherwise I'm going to end up with so many questions left behind. What are your thoughts on more complex deities, like, say, the Morrigan or Hecate, or ones that are multifaceted or intense? I love them, honestly. So, I think that people are... I love them. I just don't think you necessarily have to work with every aspect with them. I think what overwhelms people so much is that they feel like they have to do it all. You have to work with every version of them. You have to work with every face of them all of the time, and that can be really overwhelming. But like Bridget, I point over here because that's why my Bridget altar is. Bridget is a triple goddess. Now, whether she is one goddess with 3 faces, or whether she is 3 sisters all with the same name, that's up for debate. But there are 3 different versions of Bridget. And you don't have to work with all of them. And I think the same applies to so many other deities out there, is that people feel overwhelmed with how much they have to work with, when in reality they don't have to overface themselves like that. They can just choose aspects, or the goddess or the god or the deity, however you want to describe them, may choose an aspect of themselves to share with that person. And so, yeah, fascinating to learn about, amazing to work with. I think people shy away from them, especially if you are like a multifaceted deity and you are also complex in your stories, in your mythology. I think that puts people off as well. Honestly, your whole vibe today reminds me of the Morrigan. Love it. That is a massive compliment. Thank you so much. Oh my god, that's like the best, that's the highlight of my day. So cool. Okay, where was I? Newbie here, first ever full moon water jar, first ever Mabon as solitary. Any tips for not screwing things up from the start? Don't put so much pressure on yourself that you're worried about screwing up, I think is the biggest thing. Like, as long as you are keeping yourself safe, that's not to freak anyone out, but as long as you are just keeping yourself physically safe and you are just aware of the world around you energetically, there's not really much that you can massively mess up. And even if you make a mistake, it's fixable. It's 9 times, no, not even 9 times out of 10, it's 99 times out of 100 something that you can fix. So try to relax into it and don't worry too much about messing things up, because you're counterintuitive. You're probably more likely to mess things up if you're super concerned about doing it. Do you know anything about demonultry? I'm a practitioner of it and I'm just wondering what your opinions are on it. I actually don't know anything about that. I'm gonna look that up. That sounds very interesting. Unless it is exactly what I think it is. Is it exactly what I think it is? I'm gonna have to fully deep dive into this. Interesting. Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to research that. I've now found a new rabbit hole to dive into. Ooh, okay, right. We're almost at the bottom now. Do you think that working with certain spirits can open up communications or workings with similar other spirits? Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. It's one of those where if other spirits are aware, because I mean, spirits talk. Spirits are some of the biggest gossips you will ever find. Spirits talk. And so if they know that you worked well with a spirit that they know, they are more likely to then come through to you. And this is why I think it's really important, even if we don't necessarily liked working with a spirit, to not treat them with, is derision the word that I'm looking for? I don't know. Is to not treat them harshly or cruelly or to be rude, because spirits will talk. And if spirits talk and you've been a bitch to their friend, they're not going to be very nice to you. So if you worked really well with one spirit, you're likely that similar spirits are also likely to agree to work with you too. And you essentially build a rapport with spirits. And it helps make it easier in the long run. Like, it's one of those where it's a snowball effect. When you start working with one spirit, that's easier to work with another. And then before you know it, you can work with lots of spirits because you've built up this foundation with them where they know that you're cool. You're cool to work with. And so they're more likely to. I've been putting off doing a ritual out of pure nervousness. Any tips? I think it's that same thing again of the more nervous you are, the more likely you are to make a mistake, which isn't ideal, but it's also important to remember that most mistakes can be fixed. And so as long as you are not doing something that is so beyond your capabilities that you could get yourself in danger, and by that I mean you are invoking a spirit into your body with no protections, no backup plan, no one knows what you're doing. You know, that kind of situation, I would say there's a good reason to be nervous. But for the most part, if you're just doing a standard working, 99% of issues you will be able to fix. And if you mess up, you can resolve it. And if you can't resolve it perfectly, you can patch it. Most things, as long as you have got some protection and as long as you know what you're getting into, you'll probably be okay. Worst comes to worse, you raise the energy in that working and you decide, actually, I'm too nervous, and you just ground that energy back into the earth again. And that essentially just goes, whoop, nullified that working, send it into the ground. I don't feel comfortable right now. And then if you want to, you can pick it up again at a later date. Okay. I unfortunately cannot read this top comment at all. It won't, what does this say? I can't read this. My little one is having nightmares recently. What mix do you recommend for a spray bottle concoction? I don't. And that's because, especially with children, percentages are very, very important. And I would recommend going to someone who already has the training in it, who knows the correct percentages to use, because just as an example, if we're talking, say, essential oils, a healthy adult might be able to use, say, 2% lavender. Now, don't take this as like a fact, like for lavender, but I'm just using it as an example. A healthy adult might be able to take 2% of lavender. A child, depending on the age, might only be able to take 0.25%. And if you can't get those percentages right in a diluted mix, they can cause skin sensitivities, allergies, burns, these kind of things. So I would recommend going to a medical or magical herbalist, someone who has some training in the correct percentages to use, just so that you can make sure that you are not doing more harm than good. Because I think it would be one thing if you were making it for yourself, for instance. You can go for bigger percentages, like 1%, 2%, something like that. But especially when we're dealing with children, it does need to be a lot lower of a percentage. And honestly, it's kind of jarring sometimes when you see how low the percentages have to be. So like some plants like rose, for instance, even for an adult, the percentage is 0.5% in a dilution. So it's 0.5% of that oil in a dilution. And so if you think you've got to take that even smaller, that's so hard to do. So yeah, that is the end of the majority of the questions that I can find without it jumping too badly. So yeah, this has been a really, really lovely live stream. If you had to pick, what about vampire witchcraft versus werewolf witchcraft? I mean, vampire witchcraft always. Though technically, if we are following the rules of the Vampire Diaries, there cannot be a vampire and a witch together. I mean, unless you're Hope Michelson. But let's face it, they just decided to break all of the rules for Hope. But yes, thank you so much for everyone that has joined me tonight. I really, really appreciate it. And how do you use apple seeds? So for protection workings, primarily protection or abundance workings, you can add them into witch bottles, both the ones with urine and the ones without, and you can use them in prosperity workings to help attract abundance. If the Q&A has not worked, you are welcome to put your questions in the chat and I'll answer a few more before I go. But it's like nearly 1 a.m, so I feel like I should probably go at some point soon. And I definitely have unanswered messages on my phone. I do. What about snake skin and turtle shell parts? Okay, well, with this, I will put a massive emphasis here that be careful with the sourcing of these things, and unless you are finding it from a safe, reliable, ethical source, you don't need to use them in your magical practice, and you probably shouldn't. Snakeskin is highly transformative. It's often used in lots of spirit work as well as lots of protection magic. Turtles, not entirely sure, mostly because snake skin is shed naturally. I've never encountered any kind of turtle stuff because it is not shed naturally unless the animal dies, and then you have problems with the ethics and all of that kind of stuff. Is it normal for servitors to insist you don't have to thank them? Mine have personalities but insist I don't have to. Actually, yeah, I think so. Like, my servitor will, if I thank, then that working is over. They're like, oh, thanks, that's the end. And so it is a don't thank unless you are done. And so that's how it has always been. I think it's going to depend very much on what is used between you and your servitor. Like, that relationship is going to be entirely unique. Like, okay, that's what, when I'm saying, like, I'm not saying your particular circumstance, by the way, with the animal parts. I'm saying that I've met a lot of people who are willing to do very illegal things for things. And I just really want to emphasize, like, please don't get things from non-ethical sources. Because, like, that's, like, yeah, I never want anyone to do that. And people do, sadly. I mean, there's a reason that there's such a big black market for particular products, especially when it comes to things like Chinese traditional medicine and especially witchcraft in certain parts of the world. There's a massive black market for illegally sourced. It scares me, honestly. It scares me when I see what people are willing to do, and it makes me really nervous sometimes to be like, yeah, you can use this for this and you can use this for this, because there are people out there who don't connect the dots on, like, I shouldn't be sourcing this from, like, this dodgy back street seller that I don't know anything about. Like, I could never. I get guilty when I see, like, clothes being made in countries that have, like, been flown halfway across the world, and yet there's people who are like, they'll go on, like, the dark web and just, like, find things to use in their witchcraft, and I'm like, how? I don't want to know. I'd actually rather not know. The things I've learned doing this job is that sometimes people are just nuts, and I'm always shocked. I keep thinking that people can't shock me, and then somehow they manage to do it. Like, the bar is so low and yet people still go under it. Can you give any tips to make protections for rooms and houses? Witch bottles, wards, what else have we got here? We've got different talismans and charms that you can have, pentagrams, you've got sigils, everything like this. That, honestly, the options are endless. I'm writing about it at the minute, so sorry I can't give much more. Oh, thank you so much, Veronica. Thank you. How to start working with deities and how to make offerings for them, especially if I feel like a certain deity is trying to contact me and has probably been doing it for a while. So it's all about starting to connect with their stories, their mythology, learning a little bit about them, getting to know them. And then it is about giving things that you think are related to them, that they would appreciate. So if a particular deity has an affinity for tea, I don't know, I just pulled that out of thin air, tea or whiskey or wine or water, something. Or they like incense, or, there's something in their mythology and legends that you can use as an offering. And in which case, it's then a case of setting a set amount of time that you are going to use to give offerings. That could be once a month, once a week, once a day, and then just stick to it and gradually build it up over time. I was once in a cemetery and the energy made me super sleepy. Is this dangerous, and what would happen if I fell asleep? Probably nothing. Cemeteries are usually really peaceful. Like, they often have guardians, they're very highly protected. The spirits that are there are usually minimal, and those that are there are usually pretty chill. So it's likely that nothing bad would have happened, and that it wouldn't have been particularly dangerous. You might have had perhaps unusual dreams. Maybe a particular spirit might have come through to you via a dream, but I don't think it would have been anything to be particularly concerned about. What else have we got? How do you use... I have no idea what that is, I'm afraid. How do you use atomic fireball incense? If anyone has any idea how to use that, let us know in the chat. I've personally never heard of it, so I can't offer much advice on that. Can you bring rowan in your house? Yes, and it's very traditional to do so. People would bring rowan in and hang it over doors. People would put it in barns to protect their animals from being hag-ridden. You can have protection charms made out of rowan berries and things like that. Okay, what about dead bees? You're looking at community work, communication, relationships with other people, family, friendships, things like that, typically, as well as abundance workings because of the pollen and the honey and all of that kind of stuff. The main danger of falling asleep in a cemetery would be the living. Yeah, I agree. The living is scarier than the dead. Almost always. Would you ever want a haunted painting, assuming everyone involved with it was okay with it moving? Yes? It's one of those where I wouldn't go out of my way to do it. Like, I wouldn't, like... It would have to be something that I very carefully thought about and, like, saw it and spent time around it and, like, figured out whether that was something that I would want in my space. And also, I like my artwork to be a very set way, and so, like, it's one of those where it would be a case-by-case basis more than anything. I've been struggling to feel and manipulate my own energy. I've been trying for months now. Any advice? My advice would be to try external factors. If you can't do your own energy, that's okay. Try manipulating the energy of other things, because there's a way of working around it. Okay. I think I am going to... Yes. Oh, is there a way to ask questions in advance? My questions always seem to get lost. Have I answered it yet? I mean, you're welcome to put it in the chat. I will go in a minute though, because I'm really tired. The Q&As are usually posted a couple of days in advance. This was actually kind of a late post for me, and there's always a chat immediately after I post it, so you can post it in the chat beforehand and then come back to it afterwards. And usually, fingers crossed, it doesn't get deleted. Sometimes it will, but most of the time they will stick around. So yeah, I am going to go for tonight, I think. Thank you very much for joining me. I hope that it was useful. We got a little intense for some of that. I don't usually get that intense, but gatekeeping, that bothers me every single time. But yeah, thank you so much. I will be back next month for another Q&A, and it will no doubt surprise me again, because every month this year I have been surprised. Thank you so much to the mods who have been on for this amount of time, because it's very late for a lot of people, and just keeping the stream running nice and smoothly, it means a lot to me. And yeah, next week we have a book case video, I believe, if I can get it edited in time. So yeah, that'll be posted next week. I hope you're all staying safe. I hope you have an amazing Mabon. I hope you have a fabulous autumn equinox, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, bye, and outro.